Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from North Carolina. Hi Kim, how are you? Good
Good
morning.
evening. I'm doing great. How are you doing, Ankit?
I'm doing wonderful, all well.
All's well. And you know what? You guys did an amazing job yesterday for Economics Monday. I would hate that I missed it. You know how I hate not being
Yeah.
with you. I just feel like I'm not with my family for a day. And
We missed your charm and we missed you
oh,
on the show
thank
too much,
you.
and you would believe. I mean, if you take feedback from Jim and I think Glenn was also there for some time, it was a great conversation talking about history, economics, civics, geography, demographics, and things like that. And there were a lot of different views from different parts of the world.
And I hate that I missed it. I tried to play it back yesterday some. I had a lot of things happen that were good for Nick and I. And I will share with you, I think you guys, Nick did an amazing job in court. He is an amazing attorney, and his presentation was flawless. To work with him on the TV show, he's just so funny and educational, right? I know but to see him in court, and it was hard because he had to wear a mask, right? And because our phones had to be off, I could not get any photos of this. But he did an awesome job, and we won the case. So I'm very proud of him. Yes, he
Wonderful.
stands up on principle. But again, it was about economics for us, right? And that's what you guys were doing.
And also, I think we got a good news yesterday that she found COVID negative.
Yes, yes, Nick's
That's
wife
a good
tested
news.
negative. He was thrilled, and it's so hard getting back with your people and friends and not hug each other, and because we have that habit, right? We're like family, and but they're like, well, we know we're not going to spread COVID. Um, it was weird to be in court and only a few people there, right? And there was no police officer, no bailiff, no clerk, no recorder, just the people who were supposed to be at court, a few people at a time. So it was very, very weird. They had all the benches blocked off, and there were only two that people could sit on. And yeah, and the judge, and he was wearing a mask. And I thought, this is going to be horrible. I'm not going to be able to hear a word he says, but he spoke so clear through that mask, and so did Nick, that you could hear every word he was saying. So
And
it,
also, Kim, we are starting a new show on chess fitness, which
ah,
starts at 1 p.m.
yay,
EST, and that's the show details. Chess
Jim.
fitness is Jim. Yeah.
Chess Fitness, our gym. He has decided to branch off, and I love it. And I hope he still continues to visit us. I know it takes a lot to do a show, but yes, way to go, Jim. I can't wait to see it and learn.
We have Jim joining us. Hi, Jim. Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning, Jim.
We're looking forward for your show.
Now,
Beg your pardon, Ankit?
we'll do this for Chess Fitness, right? We'll learn to move our, and this is a good move, right?
Yeah. Well, I got this
Jim,
big
can you
plan.
adjust your camera a little bit?
There you Oh,
We'll see how it goes.
it's all about fitness here, right?
Well, it's got a mental component, a physical component, and a spiritual component. So in order to be fit, you must have all three.
That's right.
And so part of the show will be about beginners, because everybody starts somewhere, and then we're going to try to build them up to more and more fit, and give them some training tips so that they can do it at home, like I did.
Right. That's what anything we learn how to do is, some of us have gifts, but it's disciplines that make it a talent and something that you can do. So
The 10,000-hour rule, you just have to put in the work. There's no shortcuts.
execute with excellence, as we say. But no, this is awesome. I'm so excited. And you start this evening?
I start in a couple hours.
Oh, wow. Wow. That is awesome.
Yeah, I guess it's 11 o'clock your time, Kimberly, and I'm going to guess about 10 in the evening for you, Ankit.
Oh, that's an hour.
It's
It starts at 1 p.m. EST, 10 a.m.
Okay.
PST.
Okay. You
Yeah.
you think I would know our own schedules, but we're adding so many shows. It's so exciting. Everybody is just joining IBM TV and just making this a great place to learn from. And one of the things I say is the best way to learn is to hear other people's stories, and that's what you guys were doing yesterday. And I think that's awesome because we learn from each other's stories, right? From our
It's been
experience.
so educational for me. All the shows that I have been able to participate on, I'm very grateful because I've learned a great deal about many topics. From the medical show to the economic show, there's always more to learn. And I've gotten a lot out of every IBM TV broadcast that I've been a part of.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your show.
Oh, sure. Talk about me?
Oh yeah, talk about you. Let's talk about you, Jim. Anyway, you're a fun-loving person who just wants to make the world a better place. Like everyone that we have, we all have the same mindset. That's what Ankit said this morning. It's all about bringing people on that have the same mindsets and missions. We were different, but share with us about your first show. What's going to happen, and what we want to gain from Chess Fitness.
Yeah. Well, I am. I founded my own foundation, the Foundation, and it is dedicated to building communities through chess. And one of the elevator pitches is it's chess without borders. So we're global in nature. My distributor for the equipment is in China. Distributed chess equipment to places in Zambia, Uganda, Nicaragua, and I'm just getting started because I want to build the community for people who do not have access to the chess community today. So why? Because they cannot afford equipment to learn how to play. So we provide them the equipment. And then if they can get connected online, then it's all one world, one family. And I got started with this. And the idea originally was chess literacy. I was working on chess literacy. I want everybody to be able to read and write chess so that it opens up the ocean of chess literature to them. So that they, as I did, studied at home with books. Now, this is a little passé nowadays because they have computers and databases and they can teach themselves just without books. But it was only books for me growing up and beginning in chess. So very much, my first rating was a very low rating. And I got started with the Bobby Fischer phenomena. And then my next rating was much higher. And it became a self-fulfilling prophecy that I was getting better. And it was also, the self-feedback was, you want to keep doing things you're good at. So, but everybody has to start someplace. And they start as a beginner, as when I did. I was a low-rated player. And so you have to learn how to train yourself. You have to build your chess muscles. And there are ways to do this. This is not rocket science, how to get better at chess. And so my two guests are John Donaldson and Joel Benjamin. Joel Benjamin is a former U.S. National champion. John Donaldson is one of the great researchers and writers in chess. He's also a very, very strong player. And they both have written books about how to get better at chess. So we're going to talk a lot about how they got very, very good. Joel is one of the elite grandmasters in the world. And but they started someplace too. Joel's first rating, he told me recently, was lower than my first rating. So he was a beginner, and now he's one of the world's best. So it's a progress, and it takes work, as we were just talking about. You don't get this handed to you.
No,
you must work for it.
But
and
you guys unite too. This is something I've noticed about you chess players. You compete, but you're together. There's it's a small.
Well, you're bashing your brains out against each other all day, and then at night you all want to relax together.
You remember the cartoon of the sheepdog and the coyote?
I
the
don't think so.
Warner Brothers cartoon. I'm going to pull it up. But the sheepdog and the coyote, the sheepdog and the coyote, they go and they check into work every morning. Sheepdog goes and sits and watches the sheep, and the coyote tries to get the sheep all day, right?
Okay.
All day, right? All day. And as the sun's setting, you see them walking up to the tree to check out. Great day. Yep. Awesome day.
See you tomorrow.
They're walking arm in arm, and so you can battle all day long and still be friends at the end of the day,
Really true. And one of the things, because chess is such an individual game and you're playing against another opponent, and the Russian word for it is partner,
right?
which I think is much better than opponent, because in the Russian word says partner, you are creating a chess game together. So the artistic idea behind playing chess well, there's an aesthetic beauty. When you have to get to a certain level to appreciate it, but it just with art, when you can look at the Mona Lisa and think, well, what's that? But as you learn about art history and things like, you start to gain an appreciation for it. The same thing is true in chess. And so then we are partnering to create what we hope is a beautiful game. But one player cannot make it beautiful. It takes two.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, it's kind of hard to. I mean, there's computers to play, but to me, it's a lot more interesting to see the two. My favorite game of the first time I watched, I guess, a real chess game that was when Nick played John Fanning, and it was a game of speed.
Yes.
And this day,
at the end,
it's still my favorite because I think that's the first time I really sat down and was watching a game intensely of two players, and just was drawn in. And since then, I've gotten to know and love the game. And we did a great thing with some NFL players back in December. So with children. So no, this is great, and it is all about just working together. I don't know and I think we've talked about this. The prisons have started to let chess in,
yes.
And they're working on, I guess, a written paper about whether the progress. Because everything's got to be supported with a published paper.
Yeah, of course. Otherwise, it's not true. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not true. Yeah. So, but no, I get it. But it's interesting, and but I'm excited about today. And we got another guest with us as well that was with us earlier this morning. Lynn.
Oh,
from Pennsylvania. And we got to make sure we get ball caps for these two guys, right? Am I right?
mine is hanging up in the back, so Lynn can't see it.
We're going to get IBM TV ball caps, though, and then your favorite teams all around it.
Yes, I did that for my last charity. We all had the same caps to wear.
Oh, that's a good idea. So I've been listening.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been listening. And I have something for Jim that he needs to put on all his chest muscles, because sometimes you get pain.
It's a headache.
when you exercise your chest muscles. So anyway. And
before I came on the show, Lynn, I had if you wear glasses.
Yeah, he's been.
If you wear glasses, you need these lens wipes, and I got them on family.dollar.com. And
thank you. Thank you. It's a great place to shop, isn't it, guys? There's so many things you can get there. We know that you can get all your dental care there, all the way to teeth whitener. You can get cosmetic care there, right down to the collagen mask that I like to wear, wrinkle cream that costs $60. In some places you can get for $2. This is why we do the Family Dollar store, right? Is to save money. And
And support the mission of Money Masters.
Thank you. Well, the mission of Money Masters is what? Money Masters. It's how to become a master of your money. And that all comes from discipline. We call it financial fitness, just like chess fitness. There are disciplines that you need to establish. But one of the things I learned in my journey with Nick, interviewing some of the world's millionaires and billionaires and successful business people, is it's not about making the money, right? We all think it's about getting the money, but it's about how you manage the money you make and how you spend it, save it, and invest it, right? And a lot of people don't understand that. And that's what Nick and I wanted to do when he first started the show, Money Masters, was to teach people those important skill sets. And one of the other things I wanted to teach them was taxes, right? Even as a little kid, and they got piggy banks now that teach you about, spending, saving, and investing, but they don't talk about taxes. And that to me is very important because that's a big chunk of your first paycheck, any paycheck is your taxes. They all talk about donating too, right? Being very, very important because we have what they call the money savvy pig in the young financial literacy, and they have all of that, but taxes. And I'm like, the biggest mistake I had when I entered the real world of working was I thought I was going to make $100 at the end of the week.
I had the same experience.
Spent, right? Like in my mind, I didn't know when I got that first paycheck, I was 14 years old. And I didn't know when I got that first paycheck that Uncle Sam was going to take 35% of it. So I was a little shocked. Like there went, a big chunk of what I was going to buy. Yeah. I think we need to teach that. And I've actually been inspired by all of you guys who have your game on and your businesses, which I've got businesses, but I'm building a game for financial literacy for children, where they learn how to keep a ledger, which is something I learned how to do. But you learn how to aim for something, right? Like you write down, you want to buy a bike, and you draw certain items, and the item might say, you just got money from grandma, here's $100, and you write $100 in the ledger, right? And then you write down, are you going to spend some? Then you might say, well, I just worked and mowed the yard for Joe down the street. Well, when you get paid, set aside 25% for taxes. I say 25 for kids, right? But then what do you do with the rest of it, right? And so I let your ledger kind of guide you. Are you going to invest some of it in a savings? Are you going to put it over here? Are you going to buy something? And then one day you get to buy the item that you wrote in the big box up there. But you get to look and plan and see how you buy the bike or the skateboard or the radio.
I wasn't taught that in school.
No, you don't get that, but it's going to be like a board game. I'm still working on it. We played it at the NFL chess tournament that we had with the kids, and the NFL players liked it.
Oh, great, good. Some of them may need to figure out how to use use the system too, because many of them end up going into bankruptcy.
Too many.
Too many.
And it's all about, and again, they didn't learn, a lot of them, when they went into the NFL as ball players, they were given all this money and nobody told them how to spend it. Just like NBA players. I read a story one time when this guy made his first $1 million in the week and he'd spent it all in 1 week.
Right, there you go.
What happened, and this is why I talk about the tax thing, is he didn't know he had to pay taxes. So when he spent the money, he spent everything not knowing he had to pay taxes, and he was broke the first week he got his check. So
when I was 16, I'm old enough that when I was born, they didn't give Social Security numbers to people. So when I was 16, I got a job at a local department store. They used to have a what they called a tent sale, and they would move everything out and sell stuff that was they didn't want to keep on stock in the store, and that included furniture. And they needed 16-year-old strong guys. I guess I fooled them. So they said as a condition we had to go and get Social Security numbers. So my former partner, which was funny because I was in business for 32 years with the same guy, he and I piled into my mother's car. We went to the local Social Security office, and we ended up with consecutive Social Security numbers, being in business together for 32 years. He could never remember his, but I could remember mine. So that was a help. Yeah. But the funny thing was, so we both asked the question, why do we need Social Security numbers? And the answer was, well, because we have to take out taxes. Okay. So they solved that problem, and now everybody gets a Social Security number the day they're born here in the United States, so that they can tax you right away.
And I remember I got my first Social Security number at the age of 14.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Because
Same
I
reason.
started working at 14. Yeah.
Yep.
So, and then, and I remember because they give you the card and you can't laminate it or put it in anything, but you remember it says, do not lose this because you only get 2 in your lifetime.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, you can only get 1 replacement in your lifetime. And, you had to carry it in your wallet to show everywhere you went what your Social Security number was. And I wonder how many people got more than 2 in their lifetime. But because you have to use it when you get married, you had to use it when and it was just weird. So I finally lost it 2 years ago. I don't know how I lost it because I got to where instead of carrying it in my purse, I would put it in a safe. I have a safe. And all my documents, just documents, nothing valuable in there. But it's a fireproof safe. And I went to get it when I needed it for some things that we were having to file for, and it wasn't there. So I had to go apply for my second one. So,
wow.
And they told this is the last one you get, and I go, really?
I never knew that. I'm not even sure I can find mine. I have also have. Go ahead.
I'm surprised that Social Security number, which offered by U.S. government, it's still a piece of paper.
Yeah, it's just a piece of paper.
It's not a card. In India, we get a plastic card.
Yeah, it gets wet. If it gets wet, it's destroyed. And you cannot laminate it. You cannot.
But see, if I'm going outside and my Social Security, paper or whatever, it's in my pocket, and suddenly there is a heavy rain, what should I do?
That's destroyed.
It's the same size as a credit card, really.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen mine for years. So
if you get to be my age and you've been carrying it around in your wallet, it gets fragile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very thin, very, very thin. I finally found my first one when it disappeared, but I agree, it's just a piece of paper, but I memorized mine. I remember my parents drilling it in my head over and over and over when I got the card, to always remember it. And
the number you need to know because there it is. Okay.
This is an Indian PAN card. We have a plastic cover and then this card. Plastic.
Mm-hmm.
But if I show you my Social Security number, it's a piece of paper.
That's what it is. That's fragile. And
catch on fire.
You have much to learn from India.
There's a lot to learn from India.
We have the plastic cards for all those BARTs and metros and a lot of other things. But for Social Security, you have a piece of paper.
I know, but all I can say is it must have been somebody's brother that started the paper business that needed the job. And that's all I got to say. Just like the IRS, it's a privately held company, right? That's somebody's brother that needed a job.
Kim, with your statement, I'll seriously tell you that we missed you yesterday. We had a very good conversation on Monday economics, and then you were not there, and there was no one to balance it out.
Oh, no, we saved
different parts of the world.
Yeah, you would have been set off by some of the conversation, Kimberly. I promise you. And at some point, I had to use this.
Yes.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. You know, that's what I told somebody one day. I love what we do because it challenges my brain at the full maximum, right? Like, I am so honored to be speaking with all of these brilliant minds every day, and it challenges my brain to expand further every day. But some days I walk off the set and I go, holy cow.
Well, Kimberly, talk about brilliant minds, and people think that you have to be smart to play chess, and this is how smart I am. I stood up our sponsor yesterday. I had a phone call with my sponsor, and I stood him up. That's not the brightest guy in the room.
But at least he got his internet back. So that he can be here today. Because what's more important, talking to me or being on the show? I think being on the show is much more important.
I had to upgrade, so I had to go and get a new modem and come in and install it. And I have a computer background, so I thought, this will be a piece of cake. Well, I was a software guy, and this is hardware we're talking. Yeah. So it took me much longer to do than I thought, and I ran over the time I had scheduled with Lynn.
and Kimberly needs you down in North Carolina because hers is out in the garage, as we heard, and we need to get it moved into her house. So now that you're a hardware expert, you need to fly to North Carolina. So
she will need to be at someone else's house after I'm done with it.
I put it in the garage because I got tired of the repairman having to come all the way through. It used to be, I had a closet in here. I still have the closet. It used to be in here because I built my own. A lot of people didn't know to do this, but I built my own telecom closet, right? So I had all kinds of connections in here and everything, and all the wires came to here. But I got tired of them coming all the way through the house to fix it all the time. And so I decided to throw it in the garage and let them deal with it there. But it's just when it gets humid outside, even though our garage is somewhat not, it's like somewhat environmentally sound, it's not 100%. It gets humid. I guess this is what happens because I noticed the hotter the weather got, the worse it started getting. It's either that or when I say whose name, but we won't say whose name. So, although I did that the other day and it still kept going down. You know who.
Kimberly, when I had to fill out my 501c3 to get my tax status for my foundation, I had to list the officers, and so there was a secretary, a treasurer, and a president. But I prefer to go by chairman and CEO rather than president because for some reason the president doesn't have the same ring to it.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't. So, and I often wonder about that because, like, in some cases, I will have an equal title with someone, and you've got people who are president, vice president, secretary, because every one of those are very important in the line of duty for a real corporation. If you want to be a real corporation versus a shell, because if you're this is something that a friend of mine just learned this year. If say you have a corporation, you're the only officer, right? If your corporation gets sued, they can deem you personal liable, even though you have a corporation, because you don't have all the standard other people involved, and they might think that you're doing that so that your company cannot be sued. So they can find you. There is a law written. This is what I tell people. There's a loophole in every law.
Okay.
But there is. I can pull it up. I'm going to do a law day, and I'm going to make Nick there because I'm not a lawyer. But business law is very important. But this was one that really kind of blew everybody's mind away this year when I shared it with them, that you can make somebody personally liable in a corporation.
We have D&O insurance for that reason. Directors and officers.
Yeah.
Insurance.
But do you think we should trust the insurance company? Are the insurance companies trustworthy for all those things? Because you get the insurance done, for anything. But when it's time to claim the insurance, they say there's a lot of paperwork and there's a lot of
Oh, yeah.
formalities. So that is also a problem. It's easy to say that we'll get the insurance covered. Everything is covered. But when you start claiming it, it's a difficult
It's
time.
not covered.
Hey,
Yeah.
Rakesh, I was going to ask you, do you have a piece of paper to identify you as your citizen, or do you
Yeah,
have
we
a
show the card, right?
We in New Zealand we have what is known as
Oh, New Zealand, right?
IRD number. We have an IRD number, which is sort of anything connected with the government. You have to refer that, or when you take a job, you have to refer that to the tax. It's a tax internal revenue thing.
right?
We have also. Because I'm first generation citizen, I've got a citizenship certificate and a passport as an identification.
Is your
But nothing
IRD a
else.
flimsy piece of paper, or is it a
It's a card, not a very quite like what you said. It's like a business card. It's not a flimsy piece of paper, but it's like a business card, and I keep it in one of my. I've got a little thing like this, not this one, but something like that, which is a metal case.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a metal. I've got something
Yeah.
which is a metal case, and where I keep my credit cards for RFID. The same RFID container I use to store my IRD number. It is as long as you remember the number, you don't have to show it to anybody. As long as you remember the number, because it's all in a database, so nobody cares about the actual card. It's what's important is to know the number. So that's
really
the New
makes it in my
Zealand.
life. I don't know about Kimberly and Lynn, but I remember the number and I can see where I need to go.
The last
Yeah.
4 digits are more important than the initial 7 digits.
Right. The last 4
Yeah.
digits here is important.
Yes,
but
yeah.
Right.
I just
Right.
remember, that's what I've always done is just remembered the number. And then one day when I needed the card, I couldn't find it. And it's weird as I kept it in the same place all these years. But it just, I
Where
don't
did
think
you
the best.
ultimately find it?
What?
Where did you ultimately find it?
Where did I find it? No, I can't remember. It might have been in that safe. It just got lodged into papers, right? I think I did find it. I was in a hurry because I had to have it. It was one of those situations that I had to have it.
Yeah.
And because I was getting my driver's license renewed. Because now you have to have your social security number. You have to have 10 items to prove who you are to get your driver's license renewed.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
North
weird.
Carolina, you need 10? You're kidding.
That checklist. Haven't you seen that ID check?
Not true in
No.
California.
So it was in a brochure, and I was laughing. I go, well, certainly just a few of these will do.
Wow.
It's weird.
Every one of them. But it's a checklist to get that special ID license so that you could go through the airport without a passport.
That's okay. That's different.
That's why.
And
That's
so
different.
it's called ID.
Yeah.
It's called a checklist ID license. It's an ID license. And you have to have, this was difficult for me because you had to have a bill in your name, like the house bill, like a utility bill, right?
Right.
At the house. And I didn't have that. Everything's, in my husband's or my business. There's nothing in my name. So that part was very, very difficult for me. The other was, the bill, the social security card. Oh, an old check stub. Well, I haven't been employed by anyone.
An old check stub, that would get me.
And I had to have a W-2. I have not had a W-2 in years.
Wow.
So, because I'm not employed by anybody in 20 years. But you know what I did do? I went and found a check stub from 20 years ago. And they took it.
That's
I don't know if
beautiful.
I could do that.
I couldn't either.
They took my check stub, my W-2 stubs and my check stubs from 20 years ago. I happen to have one or two from a disability case that I tried to apply for disability, and there it was. And so I still had that check stub. So I was like, "Phew, okay, that was a save." And so no, I had to have all of these. And I asked him, I said, "What if I didn't have any of this? Then you don't get the ID card."
But you can still go through airports with a passport.
Yeah, as long as I got my passport.
Correct.
So, but
So you don't have any DigiLocker or something, e-lockers or e-cards, something like that? Because in India we have a DigiLocker where we can keep all our documents, and with just an application we can share it with anyone. I mean, that is acceptable in India now.
yeah, we probably do, but I don't keep any of my ID items on any cloud whatsoever.
But that's a government. I mean, what I'm talking about, that's a government-oriented cloud.
Right.
But we're privacy oriented, and I think Kimberly's taking care of her privacy. I think.
Well, so there's privacy, and then there's that, right? And that is identity items. Privacy, like people talk about, they have no idea what they're talking about, right? Privacy, but I don't believe in putting my ID items even in the government database, because like here, the government database is Citrix, and it's the outside cloud Citrix. It's not the inside. Okay. They don't have an internal cloud to the government that they keep all this data on. So when you upload stuff to the government, it's on Citrix. Do you know who Citrix is? Citrix was owned by meeting, right?
Yeah.
So on the outside cloud is Citrix. So I'm like, oh my God, hacker's dream, right?
Identity theft right around the corner.
Hacker's dream, all of your data, so like if you sent into the IRS, if you emailed them or uploaded to their cloud your data, your bank sheets and stuff like that for audit, which I refuse to do. I refuse to upload any of my data. I want them to sit and go over them. But all of it goes into a Citrix cloud. So your bank statements, credit card statements, and this is the problem I have, it's all combined together, right? My bank statements are on a cloud at the bank. My credit card statements are on a credit card statement at a bank, a different bank, right? So they're everywhere. So a hacker to get anything about me is going to have to go everywhere. So this is...
I'll give you two instances. First of all, I believe that we should have an encrypted document card for everything, so that we don't have to share it with anyone. And then with the machine which reads the barcode, and they can enable it and you can use it. And for our purpose, there should be a certificate which we can keep it at home. So there are two different things. And in India, we have multiple cards. We have voter cards where we can vote. We have an Aadhaar card, which is kind of a citizenship card. Then we have a PAN card. And then we are also working on a citizenship card. And then we have passports and driving license and a lot of other documents. Now, I'll tell you the case, what happened. So one of the guys from India, he took some loan from Citibank, and then he was not able to pay. And in the meantime, he got a job in US, so he flew down to US. And then after a point of time, he opened an account in Citibank. And Citibank said, give us the money back. And he was like, what? They said, yeah, you have taken around some money in India, now you have to return it back. And then that guy had to pay all the money. This is just because of the passport common, that's it. Same passport in different countries, that's it. There were no digital at that point of time, but still bank can track anything. I mean, and there is nothing called privacy. There are a lot of laws, things like that, but there is nothing called privacy. I tell you.
So the only place that is private is the banks down in the Caymans, but the U.S. federal government went down and made a deal with some of them. There are some banks that refuse to do a deal with the U.S. government. So the U.S. government will tell you that if you bank at the banks that we have not made a deal with, we can arrest you. Oh. So you have no freedom in this country because of the IRS. Period. I think we need to do away with the IRS. That's my solution. They're a privately held company. They have complete immunity and complete power, and they do nothing to build credibility between the citizens and the government. They do nothing to build trust. And I could play back videos of my audit, and you would be just totally dumbstruck. but I can't play them right now because I need them for court. If I play them online and make them public knowledge, I won't be able to use them in court. But to hear the way they talk to a citizen, and to hear the way they treat, and they brag about the fact that they can harass you, they brag about it, is sickening. And I will eventually play all of this for the public when when I am done. I will play it all back, but it should not be allowed. It's way too much power. They don't do anything right with our money. They don't budget it properly. And I think that we just need to do, and David K. Johnson says the same thing. We just need to go to a flat tax system. We don't need all of that mess that they do. And just make it easy on people. The system's designed for the top 1% to benefit from it. It's not designed for the middle class man to benefit from. And this is one of the reasons why I like David K. Johnson is what is it like in New Zealand with taxes? I mean, is it insane, crazy?
It's funny. Everybody pays tax from $1. It's usually 19%, but as there are slabs, and as you go with a higher income beyond a certain level, it can go up to 33%. They are polite. They do not harass you. It's pretty much an honor system. But if you mess around, they will come down on you like a ton of bricks. It's pretty cool. It's one of the best systems. I've dealt with Indian tax authorities. I've used a chartered accountant. I found the Indian tax authorities not too bad, to be honest. After they did make it simple in the last 10 years, they made it simple and online, so you don't even need to use a chartered accountant. When they were harassing, this is from the news, I do not know how accurate it is, but when they started harassing large business houses, to be fair with Mr. Modi's government, though I don't like Mr. Modi, they were pulled up. The tax department was pulled up, and they said, "Look, you are eventually a service. You cannot mess around with entrepreneurship." And though they were, some people were given targets and things like that, they were told that you've got to work at it sensibly. At least this is from the newspapers. I don't know how accurate it is, but this is from the newspapers, because a lot of top industrialists spoke to the finance minister and said that this is nonsense. If you now with many industrialists having being multinationals, they are able to tell you that this is what is happening in this country. This is our experience with that government and things like that. So, to my mind, and I have never opened a business in India. I have a business here in New Zealand. Well, it's registered in Hong Kong, which is very, very friendly, very, very open, very clear. So I would say Hong Kong, New Zealand, pretty cool. It's when you have large numbers that government authorities get a swollen head. I call it the degrading effect of numbers. But the US is nothing compared to India. If India can get it right, then I think something needs to be seriously looked at.
I think there's something that needs to be looked at because somebody, I have been asking for documents from the IRS since day one, that because I knew that they should exist, because they had audited me 2 times previous. And it was interesting to me that both those times I came out in good standings, and then they started treating me so bad this time. But this time they kept asking for delays. They kept asking for extensions and sending me paperwork, signed documents to extend. And then they kept harassing me and sending me more and more questions. And I'm like, well, can you tell me what the problem is? Because I've always had good standings with you in 2 other audits. In fact, you found the NOLs and you told me to use them. Now you're telling me I can't. So, and it was them that found it, but I also knew that there was a letter that existed that explained it, but they lied about everything. They lied about the documents existing. They told me that they destroyed them all. They destroy everything after 4 years, but then in the same meeting, they told me they were reviewing those exact same documents. So, I asked to see them, and no, we're not going to let you see them. I'm like, but you just told me you destroyed them, and I have a right. They're my records. And so round and round and round and round for 3 years now, they've been doing this game with me. And then what they do is they do an audit and an assessment and say I never showed the documents, but they never would schedule me to show the documents. So they use the system in their favor. And if they do an assessment and say I never showed the documents, then I don't have a right to an appeal. So they know this. So in all of this time, they finally pulled the assessment when they had wrote to me in writing, we're going to sit down and do the assessment with you, because I took in all my data. I think there was one set of records missing. But it was written in their emails, 90% I had produced, but it was their emails. What happened was they went ahead and pulled the assessment, but they didn't send me the review. So I asked them to send me a review so I could appeal, but I can't appeal without the review. So it's been round and round and round. So I ended up having to go to the Super Bowl stuff. That was taking up a lot of my time. And when I came back on February 4th, there was a CD from the Department of Revenue waiting for me. And on that CD was 1,600 pages of their internal emails, as well as a few of the documents that they told me they had destroyed. Somebody sent it to me. And in those emails was them talking about how I turned in 90% of my data, that they had reviewed it. What should they do with it? And they go, don't check it off. Don't sign it off. Disallow all of her deductions. Disallow her NOL.
So if you can track the individual officer, who is doing this, I'm sure Nick can do something about a harassment case.
He can't practice in the state of North Carolina. He's very afraid. And listen to this, every attorney I go to is afraid of this. They're afraid of this case. Every attorney, and one attorney has offered to take it, but he wants me to pay him $10,000. I go, if they're treating everybody like this, we can end this, right? But they want $10,000. But I have all of their internal emails, along with the letter that they have had in their possession that NOL existed. It was a letter of an explanation. They helped me fill out the paperwork for the NOL back then because I didn't know how to do it. They found it and they said I needed to use it. So I was using it, and I used it exactly how they instructed me. And we composed a letter to the IRS themselves, because that was the Department of Revenue. And we composed a letter, and that letter was still in their files. Yet they sat there and told me in that meeting, we have no record of your NOL ever existing or that we found it. Yet that letter has been sitting in their record since 2007. Wow. So I have no way to prove this in court, because the laws say that they have complete immunity. Complete immunity means I cannot sue the state unless the state agrees to be sued. So this is how the law works. So I have to get the state to approve it. Now, this is where they get majority of the people. Majority of the people are going to think they can just go to the regular courthouse and file a lawsuit. But if you do that, they will deny you, and then you will probably lose your statute of limitation to file a lawsuit after that denial. You cannot file a lawsuit against the state in the courthouse. You have to go to the industrial commissioner. Now, if you file at the industrial commissioner, see, I've already learned. What I did was I reviewed all the cases that didn't win. I didn't review. So now you have to know that you have to file at the industrial commissioner's office. In order to get the state to agree to be sued, you don't go to the district attorney because he represents the state. He doesn't represent the people. He represents the state. So you can't get him to agree because he's going to be defending them against you. So you have to go to a senator to write a letter of abrogation of immunity. If you don't do this and you were smart enough to go to the industrial commissioner, they will deny you because you don't have a letter of abrogation of immunity. So that is the process, and that's why no attorney will touch this.
Is this North Carolina specific?
Oh no, there are other states just like this. Now, some states have an officer of an OAG, an officer of something, a general, and that's somebody who would investigate something like this. Our state does not have that. So, we do have what they call an advocate, and that's what they keep telling me. There's an advocate, but this is the advocate. The advocate is paid for by the Department of Revenue. She reports to the Department of Revenue. They give her $1 million a year to spend. I attended one of their quarterly meetings because the public's allowed to sit in on it. And she will sit there and tell everyone in that meeting, even though that she hangs advocate on her door and advocate on the website, she will sit there and tell them, I am not an advocate of people. I'm sick and tired of getting their phone calls. And this year I managed to get $1 million whatever dollars from them. And that's, and I have the report. I went to the meeting. So the advocate has nothing to do with an advocate for the people. And the attorneys know this. So it's a cheat system because the attorneys go, you can't win. All we can do is come in and admit to guilt and do a compromise and offer.
Kimberly, I have two things to say. One is
this is an extortion racket.
It is an extortion. And then you pay the attorneys $3,000 for each year that they do a compromise and offer for. They go in and settle with the IRS. Now, what the IRS does is, as well as the day that you're sent an audit, a clock starts for accruing interest on you. But it doesn't start on that day. It goes back to the day you filed.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if they delay the audit, that clock runs. Well, the interest rate on all tax debt is 32%.
So this is what is holding back America. If this is the way you treat entrepreneurs, there's no point wearing red caps with letters on it. You know, this is what is holding back America.
Exactly.
And instead of ranting and raving about all the other things on earth, this is what Trump should be fixing.
Well, Trump is getting nailed for an NOL as well. And I actually, this NOL thing is weird because I think his NOL was found the same year mine was back in, mine was done for 1997 through 2007. They discovered NOLs for me. I didn't even know existed. So the IRS told me I had to take them and use them. NOL is the net operating loss of your businesses. And I was afraid to use them because I didn't want to get red flagged for an audit. But yeah, you're right. This is what holds us back as small businesses attack more than big businesses.
Well, Kimberly, I wanted to say that I read about this a long time ago, and it was in a novel called The Trial by Franz Kafka.
By who?
By Franz Kafka. And what you're describing is exactly what Kafka's novel was about. Someone goes to trial and they never tell him what he's accused of.
Yeah. See, that's just it. But here's what's really stupid. They never told me what they were looking for or anything. I asked them why we were picked, and they said we just drew straws, basically. And so I said, well, is there something specific? Because I've been audited, many years ago, nothing was ever found. Can we just focus on what specifically you want? And they go, no, we just want to go through. Okay, fine. So after almost a year of wading through their waivers that they sent me to request extension time, it wasn't mine, it was theirs. They sent me 20 pages of questions that were unprofessionally drafted, right? They were typed on a page, so I couldn't even like answer them on the computer. I had to retype them because I asked them for electronically and they refused to give it to me. So 20 pages of questions. Then they turn around and they accused me of requesting the delays. And I go, I never requested a delay. I asked to get the audit done. I said, they're signed by you first. I kept copies of every one of them. I've kept copies of everything. And I said, so I never requested a delay. And then if that's the case, then why is it that you came up with questions a year later, right? You were the ones that kept saying you didn't have time, you didn't have time. But I'm having to fight this because they do no wrong, right? So anything I argue, the courts say they didn't do anything wrong. It's my word against theirs. And so, yeah, you're right. It's going to have to be addressed one day. But in the CD that they sent me, there's another trick I learned that they play. It was 1,600 pages of internal documents. I don't know why somebody gave this to me, but they did. And I reviewed them one by one. It took forever. And in there was a half a page of a picture, right, of a database, of a computer database. Like somebody took a picture of it. And it was them utilizing the SAS, which is the company here, database to pull me. Right. And it said for fraud. So if they label you fraud, but they never said that they were investigating me for fraud. They never did anything. They did have a sheriff come and stand outside the door, but that was just to scare me. But they never told me. I've got a recording of every meeting. Fraud was never brought up, ever. And so I'm sitting there looking at this going, if they nail you for fraud, they can send you to jail if you don't pay your debt. Mm. So because they disallowed all my deductions stating I did not turn in any data, now they can come back and say that I'm guilty of fraud.
Well, Kimberly, with apologies to Alexandra May, you don't sound like a typical girl because you have documented all of this stuff. And I would say the average citizen would not have done that, not in that effort.
That blew their brain. That's what happened because during one of the extensions, the auditor asked me, I called her. I always, because you can look at the phone records. Whenever she sent me an extension, then I pick up the phone and call and go, why are you sending me another extension? So the phone records prove I never asked for it. I only called her when I got it. So it would be after the fact. And in the one I was holding, she said, do me a favor and destroy that one. I'm not going to be able to audit you on that time. I'm going to have to extend it another 6 months past that. So that would have put it out, to 2019 at that time. And I go, you want me to destroy this? And she goes, yeah, destroy that one. I'm going to send you another one. In fact, I'm typing it up right now. I didn't destroy it. I didn't destroy it. Right. In fact, I signed it as well as the other one, and I turned both of them in. So when she went and pulled an assessment on me saying I didn't turn in one of the extensions signed and didn't turn in data, I had her. And she was even her director was like, oh, because I go, au contraire. They told me that this is what they said. Well, we never sent you a waiver. I said, yes, you did. It was signed. In fact, I took a picture of her signature and then mine, right? Because she would always sign them and then send them to me to sign. So I would show it to him. Well, she said you asked for it, but then you just said that you never sent me one. No, this is stupid. And the thing is that they let you record them because they know there's no way in the world you're ever going to be seen in court. They say all these stupid things and lies from the beginning to the end. It is so stupid. We destroyed all those documents, Ms. Calhoun, according to privacy and security policies. And I go, okay. So our conversation continues. And we destroy everything 4 years and back. 4 years and back. And so this was September 6, 2019. I go, okay. So our conversation kept going. Well, Ms. Calhoun, I was reviewing your records going all the way back to 2008. And then the other girl goes, and I was looking at them from 2001. And the other guy goes, and I was looking at them from 2003. And I go, oh my gosh, really? Can I see them? Can you show me what records you're looking at? Because I've asked for these. Where are they? And they're, no, you can't see them. we're not going to show them to. No, seriously, this is on recording. And I'm like, really? You've got all of these records you told, really? You know, and well, we don't show proof that you ever had an NOL. We don't even know it ever existed. You never. And then when that CD arrived, there's that letter that's been sitting in their desk saying it was an explanation that they helped compose the NOL, talked about the NOL. So why? My question is, why go out of your way? And procedural of fairness law, fairness of procedural law. If I lied to them like that, and if I falsified documentation, I'd be in jail.
Mm-hmm.
In jail, and you guys would think I'm the most horrible person in the world.
We would believe the IRS, of course.
Yeah, well, definitely. Definitely.
But if they do this, because I got proof of them falsifying records. I've got 3 boxes of records over here, and 4 actually. There's another one here. I've got proof that they actually falsified records. If they do it, there's nothing wrong with it. Well, that's just the way we have to do business, because, you know, we have to crack the whip on and jolt the taxpayers in order to get our money.
I hope you've made copies of everything that you have.
Sounds like.
Yeah, I would do that. The other thing I would do, because I found this in a situation, is keep the envelopes
I do.
that they come in, because the envelopes are dated.
That's
Yep.
right.
Most of them, even if they're meter dated, they're dated.
Well, that's
Okay.
how I prove they falsified records.
Right.
Because
And
yeah, you're right.
but here's a question. So in North Carolina, are you able to record phone calls without the permission of the other person?
No, but I'm able to keep voicemails, and they leave some really stupid voicemails.
Okay, so what you're recording is voicemails. I know there are some states where you are permitted to record without the permission.
New York.
Is California one of
I
those?
think
Yeah.
so. And New York is
Um,
definitely one.
Yeah, I can't remember whether Pennsylvania is, but it's something that you know, their denial. Maybe they're stupid enough to leave the voicemails, and I guess they really are. So obviously, but
They are stupid.
wow.
Well, and one time they forgot to hang up, and they continued talking, thinking they hung up.
Right. Oh my goodness.
And that is actually legally recorded. That's not something
Sure.
that's not like recording a phone call. So they kept talking, and they had no idea that they never hung up. So
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
So, yeah. And I tell attorneys I have all this information, but they're scared to death of this case. So, or they want, 10,000 retainer, and it's probably going to cost 50,000 to fight. So, it's not.
Kimberly, I'm very sorry that you've gone through this, and I'm sure you're not the only person in the United States going.
No, I'm not. That's why I have an opportunity to vocalize this. I'm not complaining. I'm sharing the story so that we know and maybe can work. And if you know of other people, I'm going to pull together a coalition one day, but I can't fight it by myself. And they make things so like this and then like this that it's hard to fight.
No, it's my deepest admiration that you are fighting it. And I wanted to play devil's advocate here in a tongue-in-cheek manner, because the IRS might not be as pernicious as we might be thinking now, because their record system might be incredibly disordered and incomprehensible. So they may be looking for a file and say, oh, it's not found. And they may be looking in the wrong database. And they may have no idea where the right file is and what database that's in. So they are, I'm sure, not up to date in terms of their systems.
Well, one day when I post the internal emails, read them, because it's funny as hell. Because when they were throwing that stuff in my face at that meeting, he went back to look for the files and they were missing. And he was panicking. Find those files. You can see the emails. I don't care. Find them now. What do you mean they're not there? Where are they? What happened to them? No, those emails are like, oh
Yeah.
my gosh, they lied about lying in the meeting, in one meeting. So it's funny, but I know we got Jim's show is we got
Not yet.
not yet.
Not yet. It's at 1 p.m.
What
I just
time,
wanted to say
Jim?
that,
What is the logic of this immunity? Because even in a country that has laws drafted in the British period, like India, uh, there is no immunity for the tax department. Their demands can be fought, and
Well,
most lawyers, yeah,
Has
most lawyers,
immunity.
most lawyers in India get their money from that. you
Yeah, I
know.
know, right? Our
But,
lawyers get their money by a little system called compromise and offer. They just admit that you're guilty for everything and do an compromise and offer and move on. So
and then the IRS.
but what is there must be some logic to give the IRS that kind of immunity.
You would think.
There must be some logic. There cannot be, you know, uh, otherwise through the Association of Commerce or there must be what's it called? Association of Chambers of Commerce.
yeah.
We have that in India, ASSOCHAM. These kind of things are fought at that level, and it goes right to the minister. And
and I give it to
I'm astonished that nobody has fought it. Normally a constitutional lawyer should be taking up this kind of thing because this is a constitutional issue. You cannot charge a tax from a citizen and say that we will deny you records for the tax. That is fundamental, error in jurisprudence. That is American law and British law. I mean, they derive from one another. And Indian law and British law is derived from one another. So how can it be so fundamentally different? I'm really struggling with that because.
Me too.
Yeah, it is. I think at an industry level, it needs to be taken up. There's no point screaming about China is becoming the number one economy. If you are trying to kill the environment for every entrepreneur in the States, it's just
this
totally
is how as he put it,
counterproductive.
how we control you. This is what they told me in the meeting. This is
why is he working in the United States? He should be working in a communist country.
Because why not? Because you get to live in the United States and snap a whip and jolt people.
Controlling people is not the job of the IRS.
It is.
This is where you're applying logic where logic does not apply.
Exactly.
Kafkaesque world we're living in.
And there have been so many people to fight the IRS, and there was a coalition started, and I spoke with the man, and he said he just got tired because nobody would help him.
The problem though is, and Rakesh has a good question, but I think the answer resides in the fact that the government has to run the government. And what does the government need? It needs money. And how does it get the money? It gets the money from collecting taxes. So if there's fairness and the IRS can be called to task, maybe they won't get as much money to run the government. So I think it all boils down to the fact that you're never going to get Congress to change a tax law that the flat tax, which is a wonderful suggestion, okay, I don't think can ever happen because, first of all, think of all the riders that are put in the tax bills that benefit one particular person. Just one particular person. You couldn't do that with a flat tax. So why is that rider put in? Because the senator from, I'm going to pick Pennsylvania, even though it's not the case, the senator from Pennsylvania put it in because this guy contributes, $5 million to his campaign.
That's right.
So he's going to put in a rider, and you just can't do that with a flat tax. So this all goes back to how our system is functioning, in my opinion, in a fashion that it was never designed to do. Okay, I mean, and when we think about it, back when the founding fathers, they were people who had businesses, they had farms. They were told, they basically told the world, well, we're going to come and we're going to work for a month, and we're going to work for 2, and then we're going to go back and we're going to work our businesses. Well, all of a sudden, one day, government became a business for the people. Okay, and that's the problem. It's. I agree, Rakesh. We need to change something, but the truth of the matter is, I don't see us ever changing it.
So you have a Second Amendment to the Constitution. What are you doing with all those guns?
Right? And did you see the fence that Trump just put around?
Yeah.
You see that?
No, it's not just Trump. You need to get those senators. You need to get those congressmen. You just need to have a very high rate of casualties there.
White House. It's the White House.
Don't kill them. Just shoot a leg off or shoot a hand off.
Be nice.
Don't kill him.
I think that what needs to happen is, sometimes you have to go in and clean out your system. And we've had our system for, several hundred years, and it's not progressed. And again, I say this over and over. We have an 18th century government system, a 19th century education system, and they expect 21st century innovation results from us. Something's got to give. And David says it more than anyone else, just like the stimulus that they put together was a welfare package that ended up to be for the top 1%, not for the people. So, I'm glad he's angry about it, because he's a big voice that people listen to. And I'm going to stand behind him and go, David, I'm with you, because he's right, but he needs people to stand behind him and with him. And this is what has happened with, like, the guy that I met last year. Somebody introduced me to this guy who used to be a very powerful voice against the tax system. And he used to fight these kind of cases, but he finally had to give up because nobody was helping him. He'd say, I would win a case, and then nobody would stand behind me to win the next one. Right? It's not my problem. That's the attitude people have.
There went Kimberly's, her router just went.
Yeah.
I think we're all having a little trouble.
Yeah.
It's just abysmal. That any authority in a democracy, this is allegedly a democracy. If even a government must be accountable, how can it say my tax department will not be accountable? That is against any kind of logic. It's just completely makes a nonsense of any kind of law. This is law of the jungle.
Can you see
Well, you are preaching to the choir here.
Yeah.
It is.
I agree with you.
It's tragic.
But
It's tragic.
I'll tell you what's happening in India since Modi ji arrived. There are a lot of tax problems. Rakesh ji must be aware about it. And so they came up with a scheme that whoever have done any kind of fraud or something like that, or whatever it is, we have a scheme, come and tell us, and then we'll waive off your taxes, and you have to pay this amount of money.
Amnesty scheme.
Yeah.
So there are schemes going on, and a lot of people have come up forward, and also government said that we will keep your privacy intact. We won't leak it out. So you just have to come forward and do the needful. And we don't have numbers, but I think that a lot of people have come forward and pay their dues since maybe 20, 30, 40 years. What happened? They were just utilizing those loopholes to the government and taxes, and then just playing around. And that's happening. But there's one more thing going on in India. A lot of billionaires in India, they're not living in India. They're living in different countries. And they also have some kind of taxes involved. So they are working in those countries. They are citizens in those countries. And that also one of the mess, I could say, taxes or a global taxes could have, because every government wants those taxes in their own pocket. And I'm not sure whether we have a good policy on that.
One of the billionaires happens to be my classmate, Mr. Uday Kotak. And yeah, so it just shows we both got the same education. He did much better. but you know, he's fighting another battle because he actually owned about 49 or 51% of the bank that he founded,
51, yeah.
and the government is forcing him to sell shares of that. And
they do that.
So he's fighting his own battles, and I know this guy personally, so I know that he's pretty straight. He's not one of those evading or mischievous kind of chaps. I would say definitely that insofar as the tax department is concerned, I think Indian income tax can also be done away with. It does not generate any money. It just keeps people employed. That's all.
That's you're right. You're right.
You know, and for you indirect taxes are probably the best way to raise taxes. There's no the only reason, and as I can hear from the conversation, the only reason that they have an income tax is to sort of terrorize the ordinary citizen. And in this case, it happens to be entrepreneurs. Those are the people you've got to treat, handle with kid gloves, not this kind of mailed fist.
Well,
it's just pathetic, I have no words.
If I would love a chance to speak with him. Is he having a problem in India or here with his taxes?
No, not in the United States. No, he operates in India, but he has an international. Well, he has a bank that is international, and he's an amazing guy. He's absolutely straight. I bank with him, so I put my money where my mouth is. So whatever I had an account in Citibank. I shifted it out of Citibank and into Kotak Bank, and the guy has recently been. I think he's just been given another honor by the government. He's been made the I think given something in. Yeah, he's been given a very serious senior. Yes, he's
chairing one of
CII president. He's now the CII, Confederation of Indian Industry. Is the president of that. So he has enormous power, but he's one of the most responsible industrialists, apart from Mr. Tata, who's always been brilliant. Mr. Tata and perhaps the Mahindra Group also. So these people have. If the government was to proceed against. Oh, I see here. Okay, this is the form that you fill in.
Well, I wanted to show you how complicated they made things, and I was, Jim might appreciate this. I was hoping Lynn stuck around, but this is how complicated they make a tax form, right? It doesn't need to be this complicated. And I gave it to a mathematician, and he got so angry at it, he crumbled it up and threw it away. And threw it across the room. But if you look at this, you're going to fill this format. You're going to fill these numbers all the way down based on data that you have from your 1040 or whatever, your form, right? Your expenses and things like that. When you get down to the bottom of the form, which I find interesting, you get your answer down here, and then you take the number back up. That number goes back up here. Fill it in up here and start over. And you go loop-de-loo until you get your answer down here.
Right.
Like, why do you have to go through all of that? Why can't you say, instead of doing this, you take what you earned, what you spent that wasn't associated to personal, but what you spent for just business, because that's what this is about. Just what you spent for business. Why did you have to go in here and put all of your medical deductions and all that crap in here? Why don't you just take your gross, subtract it from your other, and you're done? But no, You have to go and put all of these numbers, and they want to see this form. And it's a pain. It is the biggest pain, because by the time you get up here and bring it down all the way down, majority of the people will have a 0 here. So, and that's how they do things. And this is, 15 pages explaining how to get an NOL.
Sharif,
what is the legislation that established the formation of the IRS? There must be some legislation which established the formation of the IRS.
Abraham Lincoln established the IRS, and he did so to fund the Civil War. And his thoughts were that they would no longer need it after the war, but that didn't happen. And so, it is an independent contractor. It has been the same independent contractor family since the Civil War. I have no idea who it is. Nobody does.
Yeah, they hide behind trusts.
Yes. Sharif, I would say that.
Making money off this, not us. Right.
Your PhD would be worthless filling out all these government forms. And this includes our medical care. If you retire and you want to get on Medicaid and you want to know which kind of Medicaid, these forms are so complicated. And
an education to read that. And
if you have a PhD in something that's not filling out tax forms, you're not educated enough to pass this test.
Okay, understand.
Medicaid. There's 4 things you have to understand and read, and if you get the wrong one, they can come back and take it away from you. Mm-hmm. Or you don't get the help you need. Why can't it just be, I need insurance? Here it is, done. All right. I make this amount of money. You pay this amount. I make this amount. Okay. I don't make any money because I'm disabled. Okay, we'll work something out for you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's not like that. It is the most complicated. I remember when that came out, the Obama bill stuff came out with all of the Medicare A, B, C, D, and they literally had to hire consultants for the elderly. Mm-hmm. So they knew how to fill out the paperwork.
Absolutely true.
And that didn't have to happen. They could have made it, but that was the Obama Act. That was the Obama bill. And there was one before that, and I remember my parents needing help because that came out when my dad was still around, and my parents needed help sitting down, and I had to fill out all the paper, and I was getting a headache from it. It was making me sick.
Mm-hmm. And there might be some fundamental law about the correlation between bureaucracy and logic, because once you get involved in bureaucracy, the logic disappears. Right.
No, one thing
job security is what it is. It's not logic, it's job security. So, and I mean that
this kind of taxes and these issues, I think that the more different kind of policy forum, like there is I'm sure that USA have policy forum, like you with the collaboration of youth, researchers, and academic peoples. The more they discuss on the policy forum, this kind of things, I think with the collaboration, it's not that policy forum only discuss in between young people and the professors. I think they can bring their politicians, they can bring their media and the influential intellectual person as well as corporate house. Then this kind of policy forum actually help even before it's go to parliament. The policy forum come up with the idea that this is our problem, our health related problem. So what will be the advanced way that we can go to the parliament, and what should be the realistic things? I think the more the policy forum we can discuss on that particular issues, we can solve many problems. Let's say example, even my World Talent Economy Forum, we do more involved with policy forum. So this is, I think, that IBM TV also can do. We can work together. So this is actually not an individual country problem. Everywhere, every country, it's in Malaysia, I think India, even in every country, they have different problem. But I think those who are advanced thinker like you, those who can find out the real problem. Politicians always try to follow their constitutional issues. But advanced thing is come from the I think intellectual society. So the more we can discuss in the policy forum, I think this kind of policy may change. This is one and only tool much people have in their hand. I believe so. I believe so, because policy forum in my life, I saw that policy forum playing a very good role. Even many law actually change only because of logical argument, only because of logical discussion. So
The,
even
Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking, this is a government which is, in 1894, the Supreme Court of the United States said that IRS is actually unconstitutional. And then Taft and all these people, they changed the laws around. So, and there wasn't a civil war going on in the time of Howard Taft. There is, the government is exercises, from what I can see here, this is my very rudimentary understanding of the thing, is that the government says that we will not get involved. It is a department of revenue. It's part of the department. It's a bureau which is under the Department of Revenue, and somewhere there's a bit of laissez-faire, and there is, so when it comes to dealing with industry, they say, sorry, this is laissez-faire, we won't interfere. But when it comes to collecting the taxes, there is no medium of communication. Normally, like in India, you have CII and SOCHM, which are very powerful industry organizations who would fight the government. But here, it looks like in the USA, there is nothing, and which is...
well, it's called divide and conquer, right? We're different in every state.
But, eventually the people have to realize, divide and conquer. I mean, they can do that in India too. We were also a democracy, and there's no reason for us not to be divided and conquered. But we got together. I cannot... for the life of me, understand how people, not every American president was born with a silver spoon. Some of them, like Obama, he was a poor man. He was not a rich man, and he's not the only one. Jimmy Carter was a simple farmer, peanut farmer. I do not understand how whether they are the leaders or they are merely following a pattern. It's like the tail wags the dog,
It's both. When you are in a political party and all of these people are political parties, you have party favors, right? You do not get there without having not just an agenda, but favors. And I think that's what we need to evolve out of. We need to get rid of a system that is about parties, but people look at me and they go, but that's our freedom. That's how we're free. And I go, no, that's not. And look, it's just been too many years and we've gone nowhere. It's time that we rise above it and we just put real human beings. I mean, one of the things I think that we lost a lot of traction on was the law that said that the president and the vice president could not run together on the same ticket. That used to be a law. And that went away, and I think that was the demise. One of the first demises. People said, "Well, if you had a president and a vice president that didn't see eye to eye, then the country's never going to do anything." That's not true. The vice president is not there to do
check and balance.
Right.
It's a check and balance.
You would hope.
It was. So,
one time it was. And earlier in our history, we actually, the second person got the second most votes was the vice president. So we had Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr, for example. Aaron Burr came second, so he's the vice president. And they hated each other.
Mm-hmm.
And that was how it was meant to be, so that nobody had unbridled power.
No.
What is happening now is
it's
almost a breakdown in the system
complex and the rise of the bureaucracy. So it's no matter how hard you push against it, you cannot change it. You cannot.
But these people are Americans. Even the lobbyists and whatever, if one day, frankly, if you were to go into a war with China today, USA will lose.
Yes, we would.
You will lose.
for one
I can tell you that. But if you went into a war with Russia today, you would lose.
We're not going to go to war with Russia. We're going to join.
Everybody would lose.
Now we're joining Russia.
That apart, I mean, apart from the fact that the world will suffer, the mutual assured destruction, the fact is that the USA would probably get beaten more than Russia would get beaten or China would get beaten individually. I'm not saying collectively.
Right.
If NATO was not around, you would have a very, very hard time.
But what our current
Sarmat travels at 25 times the speed of sound. There is nothing in the US arsenal that matches that.
Right.
I understand what you're saying, and it is a very complicated issue, and there is no easy answer because we have short attention spans. And Sharif is bringing up, why don't we let the intellectual policymakers make the policy and people follow? Well, we do not watch shows on policy making. We watch shows on protesters. We are entertained by shows that show the statistics on COVID, and we cannot concentrate long enough to follow a complex issue so that we make it understandable to us. This is the whole reason for for dummies books, because you want to take a difficult subject and make it understandable for everyone. And this is not, we do not have a U.S. government for dummies books. And the citizens, the founders thought that an informed citizenry would be the last check and balance. And we do not have an informed citizenry anymore. And so
we're lazy too. We're just lazy. Well, I shouldn't say lazy. We're working so hard.
Yeah.
Pay our bills, to raise our
demands
kids,
upon our lives.
go to school functions and sports. There's just no time to fight this. That's why
that's happening, Kimberly, because there's lack of antitrust laws.
Right.
It's as simple as that. The moment you diluted the antitrust law, and it's happened in India too, and we're going to follow the same route. The moment you dilute the antitrust laws, you're going to have the 1%, 99% situation that you have now. Exactly. Everybody is struggling for survival. Who has time to fight for issues?
Correct.
Nobody.
That's
So it's as simple as that. But you need to have somebody with at least half a cerebrum to in somewhere in the Senate or the Congress to get these laws active again.
All we have is hyperactive nervous systems or spinal cords, so we can play video games.
Knee-jerk. We have that knee-jerk reaction. We're all about putting the fires out, not the preventive. And the tax situation has gotten worse, and what they have done is they've put a seal on it so that it can never be changed. And the seal is complete immunity, private entity that cannot be sued, that cannot be pursued. That people like to joke with themselves to think they can sue them, and there have been maybe a few lawsuits that kind of got through the system, but I will guarantee you it cost more than it was probably worth. And it was
the Roman Empire, why did it crumble? Because people thought the institution is bigger than the world, the real world. It is, if I'm the emperor, I can do Caligula. Just look at Caligula. Trump is very close to Caligula.
I agree. That is a wonderful comparison. And I think that it is not the policeman that has the knee on the neck of the American. It is the IRS.
The Senate. It is the Senate. It is the Congress.
Well,
which is why I'm saying you need a few less kneecaps in these organizations.
Well,
you need to get that Second Amendment active.
I agree. We need to get Second Amendment.
Yeah, you just scared me. I got a shiver.
I got my gun. With me holding it. Somebody asked me because I'm from the South, and and he's from New York. He's a photographer, and he goes, "Can I get a photo of you out, like in the countryside here, holding your guns?" Out of goofiness, I'm like, yeah, why not, right? And I mean, I'm not even dressed up that day or anything. I just go out in my everyday garden clothes, and I let him take a picture of me holding my guns, and they're all over the world now. This is the way
this is tragic because you really need to nurture entrepreneurship. That is what the free market is all about. That's what market economy is about. If you use the tax system and you say it is immune from any kind of prosecution, that is the biggest damper on in entrepreneurial enthusiasm. That is the biggest damper.
And again, like I tell people, this was not my first time with them. The first 2 times were beautiful. They were like over 20 years ago, but we sat down. I brought out my records. We went through every one of them, check by check for, whatever, how many years they wanted. They actually did more than what is allowed, but I didn't argue with them. And I kept asking, what are you looking for? And they never found anything. They never found anything other than I had a huge net operating loss that I never used. And that
Kimberly, let me tell you one thing. You've got 16 aircraft carriers. There aren't 16 oceans on this planet. And each of them can be wiped out by a missile, which is about 1/10 of the cost of the aircraft carrier.
Right.
The missile takes off, and in about 3 seconds after takeoff, you can shoot it down. But once it hits the upward trajectory, on the downward trajectory, there is no chance in hell.
And it will destroy millions of lives.
So somebody made money on those 16 aircraft carriers.
It's time for me to put a patch on my head again.
It is just pathetic. The corruption is unbelievable. I thought India was bad.
Well,
I thought Nigeria was bad.
How do they tax your podcast?
Well, so far the podcast hasn't been taxed. I'm sure they're going to try to figure out a way to tax it, but so far we've avoided that. But I'm sure they'll find a way to tax it.
You're just flying under the radar now.
And enjoying flying under the radar, but I'm sure they'll find a way. They always do.
Well, they're
a way to tax it.
Still essential, so they didn't leave. Trust me, because I thought maybe I might get like a little break, but here we go. We're tangoing again. So, and it's not a nice tango.
No, they're stepping on your feet.
And I don't know, and I spoke with someone very powerful about this, and he goes, "Who did you piss off?" What?
Exactly.
Whose post toasties did you piss in? And I go, what do you mean? He goes, this is personal. This is everything that's happening to you is nothing about you did anything wrong. This is somebody who has a personal vendetta against you. He goes,
could be true.
Huh?
That could be
I think it's true. I think it is true.
I've looked at everyone in, I got a list of almost everyone in the Department of Revenue that's doing this. And I can't find a name that stands out. And I've been audited by the same agent. Has been in my.
It's not in the IRS. It's somebody outside.
Yeah, somebody higher up. I'm thinking it might have been. We've all pissed off the orange one and some other ones. I know for a fact that they've been keeping eyes on me ever since I went to college, and before that, I mean, my parents started a school called the Malcolm X University, that was in Durham. So my name has been on the list since I was like 6, and then I made the mistake of going to see when I was in college Angela Davis speak. So I'm sure that there's a number of things that I went to that they've got my name on the list, and they know that I say all kinds of things about him on that podcast. So I'm sure there's
what does this remind
a long
you of?
report on me somewhere.
This is without facial recognition technology, without any of that stuff. And who does that remind you of? I believe it was a kind of political system starting with a C and ends with a T and with an M somewhere in between.
Well,
doesn't it?
CTM.
Land of the free.
It's
Yeah,
it is
they say the land of the free, but you probably know about this, Jim, because you're a little bit older than me, not much, but a little bit, and you probably remember hearing of an expression called COINTELPRO that used to exist, and that actually what kind of took down most of the civil rights leaders of that time. I mean, people put it on J. Edgar Hoover and others, but there was several people that were involved in that, and I'm sure that there's probably a variation of that even in our current system.
Yes, well, we because we have short attention spans, we need a name. So, like, we blame J. Edgar Hoover, but it's not just one guy.
I figured it out. I figured out what it is. Well, because every time I was audited, I pissed off Mike Easley years ago. He was the governor of North Carolina. He and I got into a headbutting situation when he was the district attorney. And the commissioner of the PUC commissioner told Mike Easley he was wrong and I was right. And it really pissed him off. And I got hit with an audit right after that. He had just became governor. He was running for governor. And as soon as he made governor, I got a letter from the letterhead of the governor's office, because that's how it comes. You're being audited. I asked them, what did I do wrong? And they said nothing. And that was my first audit ever, and that was 2003. So then in 2007, I got hit with another audit, and Mike Easley was in office then. He's a Democrat.
Him and his decaps need to be separated.
Right. So then I moved flash forward. I didn't get audited for all of those years, and I thought it was because I finally decided to use the NOL they found for me and made me use, right?
Yeah.
And I get audited the year a Democrat gets back in office.
I see.
That's the guy.
Is that weird or what? Is that weird? I'm not even a Republican or a Democrat. I am neither. I have butt heads with, and then the next time a Democrat makes office is when I get hit again, and it is nasty. It is not.
You're not going to be voting for Joe Biden then?
No, I like Joe. So a lot of people don't know that Joe did a lot of great things for victims of domestic violence, which is a huge, and nobody else did it. Nobody else. He stepped up to the plate. He wrote the laws. He not only wrote them, he enforced them. And every year since he did it in 1997, he would go and make sure the president would sign for it and fund it to protect victims. And at first it was women of domestic violence. Then he changed it because he said, wait a minute, men are victims too. So he didn't just write one law and say, screw it, I'm done with it. And he would receive funding for the not him, but to help every year until Trump made president. And Trump said, why are we funding to protect victims of domestic violence? And he had, and it's 12 million victims a year. That's why. But it's an $8.6 billion a year crime. And it's the most dangerous crime officers are dispatched for, and we're not doing anything about it. But, and I wasn't pushing it for me. I was pushing it long before my invention. But he was the only one who did stuff like that, right?
So as I know. Yeah. Huh? There's only a few that have come out on that issue and everything. And you're right, it is an issue that crosses both genders. I've actually been involved in a situation that would be considered that. A lot of times you lady folks do it in a more subdued kind of way. It's more of mental abuse than it is physical abuse. But that's what I've noticed. But it is a form of abuse. So I have seen that sometimes ladies will bring it out in the ways of mental or emotional abuse,
or harassing, but yeah, I mean, it's both sides. It is, and he was smart enough to see that. But the thing I like about him is he just doesn't write a law and walk away from it. He doesn't just say, "I'm going to do something." He does it, and this is where people. Now, what I don't like about Biden is I think he's past his time. I love him for everything. And I never put anyone down for age. Please don't, because I'm older. But there comes a time that you have to say, maybe I would be better as a consultant for the president and help the president. Because Biden, if you watch the debate, brilliant mind, just like Buttigieg. He could calculate numbers in his head and off the fly throw them out there. He knew every statistic that came out there. He did not fall asleep on the podium. His brain, he would throw a stat out there and nobody else could calculate that fast.
One of the things I'm really proud about him is he had a speech impediment and he overcame it. But you can see him pause sometimes before he starts to speak.
Exactly.
And think, oh, he's stupid or senile or something. And no, that is something to be proud. We should admire him for overcoming that.
No, we should definitely admire him for that.
The president's going to push that button and get him to stutter as much as he can. He's going to do that on purpose because that's what the president does. Trump can't not go into a campaign and not run somebody down integrity, and insult them and be rude. He can't. That's not the way he campaigns. So, and we saw that.
Kim, I've got a question for you. You mentioned it, and I've actually been thinking this for a while, and I actually will be probably supporting. Well, the other candidate is not going to get a vote. There's no doubt that. So I will be supporting Biden because, unfortunately, I haven't seen a strong third-party candidate. I wish there was a strong third-party candidate. But my question is for you is
time out. The third party never comes until about September. You're not going to be a third party candidate until September. So
I'll give them a look and I'll see what their platform is. So I'm not writing them off, but I would like to see us getting away from the age requirement, because not just the other way, but I think there's some very strong voices that are under 35 that should be given a shot. I mean, I would have no problem. I mean, some people may say that she's much too liberal or much too whatever, but I'm actually a fan of AOC. And there are some others that are out there that are younger that I think should be given a shot. And if nothing else, a shot at the vice presidency. And they're under 35.
I'm on the debate stage.
I'm there because I will tell you, Buttigieg, he was another one of those that could do numbers in his head and throw it out there, and stats he was dropping. I'm like, these two need to combine. I thought Biden and Buttigieg should have combined their resources because they were both brilliant minds, kind of the same ideas. I think Buttigieg, I like his health plan better than
your Southern accent is coming out when you're pronouncing his name.
Buttigieg.
Yes.
Buttigieg. Anyway, I liked him a lot because he was young, he was innovative, he was non-prejudiced. You would have seen a lot of progress.
What a performance on the debate stage as well. He was just magnificent.
Just, occasionally you saw a little, hey, let's get down. But normally he would take a breath, think about and fly with the right answer. So, and that's rare to find. Yeah, everybody wanted to fight and everybody wanted to say, we just need to get Trump out. And I'm like, that's not the campaign I want to hear. I don't want to hear out with Trump. I want to hear what you're going to do for me.
Well, the problem with his lack of support came from because it would have been logical to support him. And instead we ended up with someone like Biden, who I admire. He's a decent human being. We need that in the office, finally, after 4 years of this. But, he's maybe a little past his prime. And I still admire him, and I still will vote for him. But
probably
we have the choice of two white men in their 70s, and that doesn't
if George Clooney runs, I will vote for Biden. But if George Clooney or Matt McConaughey decide to run, because I think even though they're actors, because we've had a really good actor before, their political agenda is very, very good. And they step up and do good things. They don't just talk about it. So
I completely agree with that.
But either one of those, or there could be. I'm waiting to see who the third party was. Johnson was really awesome, but he got sounded out by Hillary and Trump arguments, and nobody would listen to Johnson. Johnson said one stupid thing. Trump said a billion stupid things. Johnson said one stupid thing. Trump ran it into the ground like it was a railroad going into the tunnel. And nobody liked him because he said something wrong. And it was actually something I confused as well. So when somebody asked him a question, I had the same confusion. when he clarified it, the whole world laughed at him like, well, you should have known that. And I even forget what it is. I'll remember it later. But
well, the Libertarian Party, I hope, will put William Weld up. And that's a guy that I could vote for.
Yeah.
I would still vote for Biden because any vote for anyone else is helping Trump. So, I'm going to but I'm stuck in that one
we're stuck in that kind of we're stuck in that situation.
Yeah.
But are y'all ready for are you ready for the train wreck that's about to come? Because we're about to have a major train wreck. Because I am the non-biggest supporter of that person in the White House because I don't like anything that he's done, and he's going to get out there. And I've learned that I think in the next day or two he's going to try to do a racial consolidation or conciliation speech, which, as an African-American man, I can tell you that's going to be a train wreck.
What's he going to do again? What kind of speech?
He's going to give a speech that's going to try to unify the races and try to unify folks on class because he's getting beat to death on that issue. So he's going to come out with a speech in the next day or two that he's going to try to appease everybody.
So, I get it. I don't think right now anyone can give a speech to unite. The best one I've seen so far is Tommy. And I think maybe it's just because I'm prejudiced with him because, we're friends. But we had this talk before all of this happened. We in February, we're putting together an idea to unite, because his first words to me was, Kim, why is it always about white and black? Why can't we unite? And this was in February after we met at the Super Bowl. And I said, Tommy, I've always asked that question too. I'm so tired and run down from all of this. We need to pull together. There is so much injustice done, but we got to change the laws, right? It's the laws. And Nick opened up a new door for me. So this really helped me when he showed me that the case study of Jordan versus the city of New England. I had no idea that the government intentionally hires people who are not intellectual as police officers. It is yes, a law.
That was amazing.
And that law just changed the way I really want to do things. It helped me, right? Empower me a little bit more because knowledge can do that. But Tommy was like, we got to do something. And I go, well, Tommy, you're the bigger voice than me. People will listen to you. They're not going to listen to me. So we were going to meet at Sierra. Just before COVID, we'd had it all planned, and we were going to put our plan together for two things. And his biggest issues too were that he works with a lot of juveniles in the what they call the reform centers, right? But they're not really reform centers, and they're not good for the juveniles. And why there are so many black kids in there, we need to fix that. So I said we need to start with the laws again. We have to go and change the laws. So we were going to meet, and COVID hit. So it didn't stop our conversation, but he had other obligations he had to take care of. He's a single parent, got parents that need him, And I said, well, when COVID's over, we'll get together and we'll pick this ball back up. Then this happened. And oh my gosh, it's horrible. And it's breaking his heart. It's breaking my heart because we know that once this happens, it separates us. It doesn't pull us together, right? It does not pull us together. You think it would unite us, but it doesn't. And I asked him, I said, somebody's got to get out there and speak some reason. We got to calm it down. But I'm not against you because I'm white. We're not against each other because of black and white. But that situation was not black and white. They knew each other. And he said, you're right. So he got on stage that day and spoke. He went out to a protest and he spoke. And he spoke the words that we have been, kind of like working together. It's not about black. It's not about white. It's about what's right. We need to unite and make things right as a team. They want us up. And his speech was so profound. I almost started crying. Like he sent it to me like right after I said, Tommy, somebody's got to do this. And he goes, how's this?
Well, Kimberly, I agree with you. It's not about black and white, but I have to say, that I found out that I am racist because as much as I love this little pet orangutan, I'm not going to vote for anyone orange.
Oh, we're not going to vote for orange. I'm going to get this one right. Okay, so we're not going to vote orange, but what we need to vote is purple. right? We need to vote not red, not blue, but we need to vote purple. But again, and it's not just about the United States. We got to talk about the globe issues. This is what I tell people. Our solutions are not just about here, but we got to heal here before we can grow. And right now we have a very, very bad open wound, a cancer, right? Right now the United States has a huge cancer, and it's called racism. And
like you said, it's a problem that doesn't exist just here in America. I actually had, as some of my guests on the podcast last night, there was a lady from Australia, and there was some folks that were connected to India, where Ankit's at, but they were definitely talking about some of the things that are going on in their society, whether it was race or whether it was class, whether it was caste or whatever. So these issues are across the globe, and even the police issue, because I think I've seen on a couple of shows that the Australian Aborigines and others are being killed by their police force as well. So it's definitely not just here.
No, it's not just here. And sometimes it silence people. Sometimes, or it's instituted to create that racism. I think I don't know if anyone did this, but that there was some videotapes, of course, put up, right? And thank God for video cameras that we can prove the truth. And there were a few things in the videotapes that I picked up on, and one of them has already been altered. And this has really been disturbing me. And I know I'm beginning to understand why it's been altered. And I wish I had downloaded it and saved it, but I didn't think anybody would go out and alter. But my memory is not forgetful when it comes to certain things that I catch in a video. But the situation is that last night, and I want to download it really before I say anything because I'm scared somebody's going to delete it. I caught something that I don't think anyone else caught because they were so focused on something else. And there was a lot of noise going on. And there's several cameras, right? But the camera that was the closest, there's a conversation going on between George and the police officer. And it wasn't him just saying, I can't breathe. It was a conversation. They knew each other.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they definitely knew each other. I mean,
you need to listen to that conversation, because that conversation is saying exactly probably why George was killed. All right.
Well, I mean, I've heard a lot of people even talk about the jealousy aspect, because apparently they worked at a similar nightclub, and apparently he had some friends of his that he might have been dating or involved with that were also involved with the officer as well.
I think he was being hushed. Think about it. He was arrested for a $20 bill counterfeit and handcuffed rather than being investigated. I think the nightclub has a lot of crime in it, and George probably knew that. And I think that he sat there when he got thrown to the scene that was cut out. He was put in the back seat of the car. I saw it. The first video, and that video has been altered. What happens now is what you see is the cut where the video has been cut. You see him at the back of the car, and then all of a sudden in the same video, boom, he's over here on the back side of a tire on the other side of the street. So how did he get from here to here? This is why I ask people, how did he get from here to here? Because the original video I saw, the officer put him in the car on the sidewalk side, and then another officer came and pulled him out of the other side.
Yeah, well, like I said,
the video has been completely erased.
No, and that doesn't surprise me. Jim, you know this. They've erased videos for a long time. We don't know all those videos that were erased from back in the days of MLK. And
here's what
I'd even go back to Marcus Garvey and others that they erased tapes and everything. So that's been going on for a while. And you actually talking about Democrats and Republicans, and this is actually a Democrat that I'm going to mention. I'm still not convinced that it was an accident, Ron Brown and his killing in that airplane, because I talked to some people that knew him, and they said that was a execution. So they said he was on that plane and basically was executed on that plane.
Look at every Kennedy. Look at every Kennedy. Do you think that their deaths were not intentional? Mm-hmm. And John, the young kid, was getting ready to run for Senate when his plane went down. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that, but I was reading some stuff and working in that area and heard rumor that he was going to run for Senate, and because he was working at the big magazine at the time, and all of a sudden his plane goes down. His sister was approached. Caroline was approached 6 years ago to run for government office, and she was getting ready to, and then she dropped out like a fly. She decided not to. And I think that that family has been hushed for life. I think that they were a voice that brought peace that a lot of people don't understand. And I think that they united people. They were just that kind of an influencer, and nobody ever, but she did. If you go back and look, she was kind of coming out of her shell and said, you know what, I do need to do something. And then all of a sudden she said, you know what, and maybe she got smart, because I even said, is she crazy? Not one Kennedy has made it other than Ted.
Right.
And he's a criminal. But, you know, and I thought it odd that the young one died in it. But you're right. These plane crashes don't happen just by accident. They just, you know, and I agree with you. There's something very wrong there. And I think people were being hushed. I think George was being hushed. If you listen to the conversation, if you can get past all the noise and listen to them talking, you're going to hear something that is going to blow your mind. But nobody listens to that. People seem to start at the tape where he says, I can't breathe. But the officer is saying something to him that we need to address as a community, because I just realized this is how they're tricking, and we need to go reopen cases because they've been wearing body cams, right?
Oh yeah, I mean that's one of the things that Jillian came out with.
I know the guy who invented the body cams. All right, and it was intended to prevent this kind of crime, but they learned how to get around it. And if you listen to what he's telling George, you will realize this is the trick that they've been playing with the courts. They have their body cam on, they're not going to be aiming it straight a certain way, because an officer can't always be aimed at the right direction, and they're going to accuse the person of altercation or not being obedient. So he had his knee on George's neck, down on the ground, and he says, get up and get in the car. And George says, I can't. I want get up and get in the car now. What are you doing down there? And his knee's on him. Why are you down there? Get up and get in the car. Not one person has mentioned this part of the conversation. Not one.
That's recorded.
Huh?
That's recorded.
You want me to play it?
No, I believe you. That's good enough for me. But
I've already seen it too many times. I cry every time. But I'm sitting here going, somebody's overlooking something, and everybody's paying attention to the heat of the moment rather than what really needs to be tried.
Well, the evidence that I saw on video, Kimberly, was the man with the officer with his knee on the man's neck, and you look at his expression. His expression, he was not afraid. He was not anxious at all. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was very composed. And so if I'm trying to arrest somebody and they're resisting, I don't have that kind of face.
No, but the thing is the way he was recording it, he didn't, I don't think he really realized, I think he, is thinking like the IRS does the conversation we were having earlier, nobody's going to know anything because I'm the police officer. He had his officers surround him, right? So hopefully nobody's videotaping or seeing what's happening. He's behind a tire, right? He had yanked him out of the car and put him behind the tire. And that's the original video I saw, and that one's gone now. So, and I'm killing myself for not downloading it. But in this conversation, this is what I bet he was going to be saying, get up, get up, get up. And then his boss was going to be, I told him 4 or 5 times to get up. I have no idea what was wrong with him. But he wouldn't get up and get in the car. He was resisting an arrest. And that was going to be his story.
That was. I believe that 100%.
That was going to be his story because that's what he kept telling him. And I'm like, now, what idiot, not even racial or anything, would be having a man down with his knee, know he can't get up, be going, now get up, get up. Why aren't you getting up and getting in the car, man? Just get up, get in the car. So he was doing a recording, intentionally knowing that recording was going to be used. He was intentionally going to kill that guy. It was a hit job.
I agree.
I'm going to I'll put money on this.
It was a murder.
It was.
No, that's what everybody's pretty much saying it was a murder. That's naturally the nature of the murder.
It wasn't racial. It was, they were doing it to hush him up. And if we investigate that, then you're going to get the real criminals.
But Kimberly, you mentioned the word that I've been really focused on lately, and it was community, because these cops are not part of that community. And what we really need to do is build communities around the world. And this is what we're doing in chess. We're trying to build chess communities. And if you're not part of a chess community, we'll get you to become part of it. And because once you understand, and chess is a universal language, so everybody that can play it, we don't care about what your color of your skin is. We don't care about how tall you are. We don't care how strong you are. It's the chess pieces that you're moving that we care about. And then we have what we call the post-mortem, the after death. After the game is over, we can chat with each other. And so we build a sense of community. And so we don't have this kind of disconnect. We don't have this other to argue against.
So there's no trust. All right. And there have been, and a lot of people don't know this, but I've been registered with the Federal Business Organization for bids for many, many years. And there have been grants put out there and bids put out to help establish, companies come in and help establish trust between the law enforcement and the communities. And my first thing is, if there's no trust because there's no transparency and you guys lie about everything, you lie about everything. I am very upfront with them. Now, I've got some very good officers I am very good friends with. And I trust them 100%.
Sure.
Right? But there's good and bad in any organization. And so I look also at this video, and another problem I see, and if anyone's from New York, they're going to know that this is a problem, is I see two different police departments there.
Oh,
did y'all not see that? There were two different police departments there. And one guy's from Parkside Police Department.
Oh, yeah.
And he's going, I'm not quite sure what's going, his cam's going, right? I'm not quite sure. This isn't, we're from Park, da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, so anytime you have a lot of police departments in one area, it creates crime. It becomes an organized crime. They're not working together. They're independent police departments. This was a problem New York had until Giuliani took over. And after 9/11, Giuliani disbanded all the individual police departments, disbanded every one of them, and made one person head of all of them. And that ended all of the crime that was going on with the police department.
Wow.
Yep. They said it cleaned up that city so fast. It was unbelievable. So one of the things I sat there and was watching this video, I thought, okay, all the police cars look the same, but this guy said he's from Parkside Police Department. Why is there two police departments on the same corner? There's certainly always crossovers, right? And our departments, they don't know whether to send the sheriff or the police department out here because we're on a borderline. So you pray both show up. But but these are things nobody's looking at. They're all looking at the heat of the situation, and they're trying to divide us. They're trying to distract us. I think this is a huge distraction to something else going on. Anytime something bad is going on in the big government, they throw out a distraction. They really do. And I'm not
any object.
I want to. So Tommy and I, we want to go up to and change the laws. We want to work together to pull people together, but nobody's pulled together right now. If I say a word right now, I am scrutinized for every word I say. When I mean the best of everything, I am not prejudiced. I will defend any man, and I have done it. Somebody was being arrested one time down the street, and I knew who they were, and I knew they weren't doing anything wrong, and I stood in and I got myself handcuffed. But at the end of the day, yeah, I don't do that too often anymore. The smart thing would have been to go ahead and probably let the person get arrested and then go defend them. But I knew our police system wasn't that good at the time. And we got off because I calmed down and I talked some sense into people. But
Kim, the one thing I would disagree with you on is that, there's a lot of talk about it being a racial issue and things of that nature. But I've actually been watching a lot of the protests, particularly here in Durham and even around the country and everything. And what I'm actually seeing is a lot of the young activists are pushing for a complete reform of the police system. So that is actually what is coming up out of this, is not it being so much of a racial issue, even though that is part of it, because so many folks have talked about the talk that goes on in the African American community, which is how you would handle a police officer, which is different than the way that some other societies may handle it, just because you're of fear of police might be a greater fear because of the way that the laws are enforced. But that's causing people to have a whole major conversation about changing the police force, and in some places even defunding. I think Minnesota has already passed a recent law to defund their police department. I know Jillian was just on NPR, one of the NPR affiliates. I want to say it might have even been the national one, and she was talking about the need to defund and do some major reforms here in Durham. So it's becoming a global conversation.
I don't know that I want it funded as much as I want it reformed, and I think we can reform it. But these police officers put their lives on the line. Are there some corrupt ones? Yes, there are. There's going to be corrupt ones in almost any system. But I was really interested in the research. But I agree with you. But I'm going to tell you something. Unfortunately, police officers hate me because if one gets behind me to pull me over, he's going to follow me all the way home. I am not pulling over on the side of the road to any damn police officer. Not going to do it. And because I don't trust any of them. And I've been chewed out. I followed you. I go, what, for a mile? Yeah. All right. I'm home now. Do you really want to pull over on the side of this road? Because somebody's going to hit you when you walk to my car because this is a curvy road. But mostly it's because I just don't trust them. I don't trust that a real officer is in that car, first off, because so many people can fake a car. And a lot of times I'm calling 911 going, okay, this is Kim Calhoun. This is my license plate number. Can you verify with the officer behind me and let him know that I'll be pulling over at the next stop? Not that I'm a speeder. I just, for whatever reason, I get pulled over. And that's happened more than a lot. Okay.
What kind of car do you drive?
So way long time ago, it was a race car, and it was a very sporty, heavy duty turbo, but it wasn't going fast. But the officer said it looked like it was going fast.
Yeah.
Because it looks like it's going 100 miles sitting still. And he just wanted, actually what he wanted to do was drag race with me on the weekend. And, that's North Carolina. That was in Durham.
I was going to say, the funny thing is that I got a couple of friends that live in certain neighborhoods in Durham, and apparently drag racing is becoming, I know it's a big sport in the 50s and the 70s, but apparently it's becoming big again because people are drag racing left and right. They're finding these little neighborhoods and drag racing, and it's not just cars. They're drag racing motorcycles, the three-wheelers, whatever they can find that's fast. And it seems like drag racing is coming back in fad these days. And
dirt track
skateboarding that I'm in.
it's all good, but and I'm like, no, I'll turn you down on that one because I don't really like to drive fast. I just like the car. And then years later, it was a van, right? Who's gonna pull a van over? Even though I'm not. And then there was but just for years, I've had different cars, and each one's been pulled over for whatever stupid reason. But no, I'm just sharing that we're all scared of it for the same reason. But I agree that the Black people suffer more with the racial discrimination of abuse. Right. Okay. I agree with that but I also know, like an Asian friend of mine, he gets discriminated all the time because he's Asian. Like, I mean, all races discriminate against him. I feel so sad for him sometimes, and I love him very much, but no matter how hard he tries, but so I think
part of that is an assumption, and Hank, you might say this as well because you came here to the States and everything, but for a while. But I know that there's an assumption that every Asian is of the upper class part of the Asian caste system, and in India and Pakistan. But we know that's not always the case because there are some of the folks that come to the States either to study or other reasons that are not necessarily got those jobs as the stereotypical jobs as engineers and IT and things of that nature. But I do know a lot of folks in all the communities, I would even argue African-American communities, have this thought that everybody is working in these kind of like high-end privileged kind of jobs, and then we know that's not always the case. And then the other thing that happens is that plays to that stereotype is that some of the folks from the Asian community, and I'm not saying all, but some wind up opening the stores in the food desert. So then there's that stereotype that goes on as well, because they see who those owners are that are providing some of this bad food in the deserts. And so some of these owners are from Asian countries. Not saying all of them are, because there's other people, even other African Americans that open them, Europeans that open them, and everything else. But there are a number that are. So those are the two stereotypes that I'm aware of that are played on and everything.
Yeah,
but I wanted to hear Angus' comments on that. I know, Kim, but I want to hear that. But I'm just curious, just to not take over anything. But I see the brother there from Malaysia, and I know that we've got stuff going on in the world that's not going on that we don't know about in Malaysia. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I was on my show, and I told my guests on that show, the podcast, I need to do more world travel. And I know I've talked about Malaysia with you before and everything, but what's happening in the news in Malaysia that I should know about? I don't look at Malaysia enough. So what is the hot news? I know y'all have got protests back in Black Lives Matter, because everybody in the world does, but I want to know what's going on in Malaysia that I need to know about.
Yes, basically in Malaysia, specifically, one thing. Yes, they have Bhumiputra issues. But what can I say? That, according to my experience, every day I say that these things is not massive. Somehow, Malaysian people is peaceful. Somehow. Like example, today I think on Kit observed, like from our World Talent Economy Forum, I bring one of the Malaysian professor. She's Dr. Rajiana Kashyap. So she's a professor from UITM, University Information UITM in Malaysia, one of the biggest one. Okay, this university, they have all of the Bhumiputra, and their student is more than 140,000 students. Okay, Bhumiputra means Muslim, as well as they are from local Malaysian. But I want to share this point of view, even though, yes, I am Muslim, this ma'am also Muslim, like this professor also Muslim, but I do not feel in that way Malaysian people. I'm actually from abroad. I'm expatriate for them. Okay. But I never feel, I'm very honest with you, I never feel, yes, few of the things happen, but the Malaysian educated people, those who are educated, I want to say those who are intellectually good, because most of the cases I have to do work with corporation or university. So in that area, they are very welcoming. They love to engage with other community. They love to engage. Actually, Malaysia is very business friendly. When a nation is a business friendly, they can understand that other country, India is important for me. They understand Middle East is important for me, USA is important for me, even China is important for me. So when they are very business friendly, they can understand this situation. Yes, they have something like in between Bhumiputra, Chinese community, even Indian community, but it's not too much like what we see in USA for this black community and other thing. But one thing I just want to specifically share, like in this pandemic, my observations that three things a state, a country have to prove. First of all, first thing first, number one, the political institutions strength, like government, how capable they are. We use a lot of propaganda, you use media, we use stock market, we use this, that, many things. But how capable they are by this time, like this pandemic situation, the country, they have to prove. Number one, I said that political institution. Number two, corporate sustainability. Like we are only doing business, but sustainability is most important. Are they survive or not? What's their credit rating situation? How was their banking systems? How they can face this challenging situation in this 3-4 month or 1 year or 2 year or 3 years. So this second thing, corporation sustainability, they have to prove. And number three, internal inter-community, like example, United States or Malaysia, they have our own community. So how they behave, how they making their interpersonal relationship. Because in the crisis period, if you have a long-term crisis in every country, in any point, it will come up. In any point, it will come up. So this is the biggest challenges for every state. I think we have 200 countries around the world. So those who have incompetency in political institution, this is number one. If they have incompetency in their corporate sustainability, as well as if they have any kind of incompetency in between their citizen harmony and this kind of things, this will come out. So when it come out, then it's the biggest problem. I do not want to say that USA only in problem, other countries not. Every country has problem. Malaysia also has problem. But it's all about these three institutions, how they work. If they work properly, I think that it will not very difficult for them. But if they cannot work properly, in any point they hide their weakness, they hide their problem, it will come out. Even next 1 year, maybe this world has to observe many disasters like this. It's my personal opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that's one of the things that I think is a disadvantage with the African American community, is that so often we don't know, in terms, because of slavery, of where in Africa or in the Caribbean our ancestry was from. So a lot of times we don't have that connection. Whereas a gentleman like you, if you came to spend time in America, no matter where you came, whether it was New York or Atlanta, there's probably a Malaysian community. And when you came here and went to school, you probably already had some people that were connected to your family that you could connect with when you moved here. If I was one, I wouldn't even know. I would imagine it, because I'm a light-skinned African American, that my family connections are probably the northern part of Africa. But that's just me guessing based on my own family history and everything. But could have been somebody as far south as Nigeria, for all I know, and they blended with the Indians here, and that's why the light skin complexion is there. So I do know I have some native roots as well. So, but I'm just saying, I don't know which part of the countries, of the many countries that are part of Africa, or where my actual roots are from. And I'm not the only one like that. There are many of us that are African American that don't know that. So that's one of the disadvantages that we have. And I know that there have been efforts to unite, like the Pan-Africanists. They want to unite Africa and African Americans together. But then there's distrust because of the differences of the African nations and the African Americans, and then the other things that are playing into that. So it's distrust when that tries to happen. I do know there are a couple of countries that have even reached out and tried to build businesses and invited Americans to come in, African Americans particularly, to come in and help build their businesses in their country. I want to say Ghana is one of those countries that's doing that right now, and there's some others that are doing it as well. But it's a long process, but that's one of the disadvantages that we have. I was on the podcast yesterday. I was talking to one of the young ladies, lady from Pakistan. Sorry about that, knocked down the computer. But the lady from Pakistan, I was talking to her and everything. And the one thing that I would say about the Asian culture as I know it, and y'all are some of my newer Asian friends. I have a few Asian friends here, but most of the friends I have more Latin friends, African American friends, and of course white friends here. But I do have a few Asian friends. But I've gained more of y'all because of IBM TV and just the things that we're doing globally, and so glad of that. But one of the things I say of the Asian culture, and I would even argue African cultures, that I really love is that y'all have deep roots in your family backgrounds. I mean, y'all are very close to not just your mother and your fathers, but also, if they're living, and they often are living, your grandparents. I would even argue your great grandparents, because many of you know your great grandparents. I knew my great grandparents when I was a kid. I mean, they've passed on many generations now, but y'all just seem to have a greater connection to that, even to I would even argue, connections into the ancestral land, because I think that y'all do a good job of keeping in touch with folks, even if they've gone into the next spiritual plane, whatever that is, through your prayers and through some of your other things that you do. I mean, we do. I know my mom goes to her mother's, my grandparents' gravesite and everything on a regular basis. There's some families that do that, but oftentimes there's a lot of us that, as soon as they're gone, and a lot of folks aren't thinking about them. Whereas y'all have a deeper connection to all of the generations, in my opinion. Like I said, if I'm wrong, you can tell me I'm wrong, but that's just the impression.
I have a basic question for all the panelists. If we have to fill up a form to travel around the world or whatever it is, and that form will have asking you what is your location or where do you reside or who are you basically, and you have 4 or 5 columns. First column would be your city, second is your state, third is your country, fourth is the continent, and fifth is the global citizenship. Which column would you select?
I'm sorry. Give them to me again.
Yes.
So first is Ghana,
I can, yes.
Carolina. Third is America. Fourth is American North America. Fifth is American continent, and sixth is global citizen. Which column would you take?
I understand your point. I think that global citizenship, if at least I'm prefer. I prefer global citizen because what can I tell you? Nowadays, we are integrated with many good things, many bad things. Anyway, I do not want to discuss on the negative point, but
No, I'll tell you why I'm asking you this, because if you visit any airports, they will ask you your religion and your nationality. Okay.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
I'm an Indian. In a lot of places, India is a second grade thing, and then we have to go on a different line. But what happens is that in some countries, they prefer some countries to be a premium or a VIP line, or they have a separate queue. But as an Indian, if I'm a citizen of Canada and I'm roaming around US and I'm roaming out somewhere else, would I? And that play card says Indians would, stand in this line and Canadian in this line. So I don't know whether I go to Indian line or Canadian line, because my passport says I'm Canadian, but I'm an Indian guy. So there are a lot of mismatch going around. And I'll tell you, we are dividing ourselves. On its own. I'll give you one more example. If we go to a bar, if we use a bar and travel to San Francisco and California and things like that. Okay, now we came across a black guy, and then we just started talking because he looks like a city and things like that. Okay, but now when we get to know that black guy is rich, our perception automatically changes.
Yeah, and you got a point there. And to answer your question, I think most of us should treat ourselves
and
global
also
citizens.
of the population or the world population, they are doing the racism thing. I believe maybe less than that, and we are just following it up. We are just following it up. We are not raising our hands and we are not doing anything like that. We were discussing the other day that I know a lot of Americans who are black Americans, and I'm proud of them. And they are influencers basically. I know, a lot of white Americans, but you know that if you go to sports, if you go to entertainment, if you go to politics, there are a lot of black Americans, and they are proud around the world as well.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that. Thank you. The one thing I was going to add to that was, it kind of comes to the point that I think you were trying to make, and I think that Sharif was going to, and everything, is we should treat ourselves more as global citizens. I actually think that most of us do the opposite of that. We don't treat ourselves as global citizens, but we also don't treat ourselves as local citizens. Because one of my biggest beefs is that I live in a small apartment complex. I think I showed it to you on one of the times that we were just pulling out the computer, and you saw some of the things, like a little bit of my back, what's nearby, or if not, I know Zach did. But that being said, I know that if I had to tell you, and I don't know how you feel about this, Kimberly, but I know like a few of my neighbors that are my apartment neighbors, I know a little bit about them. I know there's actually some Asian ladies that are next to me, but if you told me to ask you their names, I couldn't. And the same with some of the other folks that are around. So even some of the people that are in our immediate circle, we don't do enough communication with, not even on the local level and everything like that. I mean, I am very proud of the fact, Durham is my roots and that's where my family is from. So I do identify a lot with Durham and North Carolina and things of that nature. So I would probably start with there and try to build out to more of being a global person. But even on the local level, I don't do a good enough job of knowing the rest of my neighbors.
This is a conversation Ankit and I had kind of touched on just recently, is doing more for our community, right? And wrapping up more about our community. And that's what we're going to have to start doing. And we have Henning here. Hello, Henning.
How are you, Kimberly? How are you doing today?
Yes, thanks for this community. This man is like on the tube. I don't know how many times a day you're out there, but you're talking about uniting the communities, working together, and inspiring our children. I mean, all the I can't even keep up with you, Henning. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are y'all doing today?
Fine.
Doing good. Actually, taking a break from one of my other jobs to come here and join y'all on IBM TV. By the way, Henning, think this is only like the first or second time that we've met, but I've been hearing your name quite a bit because you made a big friend in my good friend Zach. So every time I turn around, Zach is telling me how great Henning is. So I've been definitely just wanted to let you know that because he literally lives just down the road from me. We talk pretty much regularly, maybe every day, just about, and he's been like just really singing your praises. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Oh my God, you made my day. That's it. I can go now. All right, goodbye. Leave on a high note.
I got friendship with Henning on Facebook. Millions of people are asking me about Henning in India because we are billions. So some millions of people want to know who is Henning and how we can, what kind of movies are coming up and all those things. So that is what we are in the networking world. We are
1 billion, 1.3 billion, 1.3 billion.
I appreciate that, Ankit. Thank you very much for your kind words. Nice to meet you, Sharif. And how you guys doing? What are we talking about today? Just give me a subject.
So,
and I'm ready.
all the subjects that are going on right now, but we're trying to calm the racial situation, bring the communities back together. How can we build as businesses? Because David K. Johnson brought up a big subject yesterday that, the stimulus didn't really help the middle class, nor did it assist all the startups or small businesses that it should have. And so, how do we fix that? But then now we have this racial tension happening, the injustice of the discrimination of law enforcement, the distrust between law enforcement and communities in general. I was sharing with the guys, I know that there's a legitimate reason for people. A lot of the law enforcement are my good friends because of my invention. But I even get scared when an officer's behind me to pull me over. Is it a real officer? Or is it a fake officer? I've been known to get on the phone and call. Hey, this is my license plate number. This is who I am. Is that a real officer behind me? Because I get scared of, potentially wrongdoings that are going on in the community with law enforcement. And so.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
This is it.
Just to add to that, Kim, and I just wanted to just throw this out and everything. Henning, I imagine, and like I said, Zach definitely has been saying great words about you. I've watched some of the films, but knowing the last name, I'm thinking that you're probably Latin American and things of that nature. And that being said, you don't just have to deal just with the things that African Americans have to deal with, which is what me and Zach have to go through. But you've also got to deal with the fear of ISIS. And like I said, doesn't matter how successful you are, ISIS is out there ICE is out there as well. So, threatening in many cases to take people back to the Latin American countries. So you've got the regular police, and then you've also got the ICE folks.
Yeah, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. First off, I want to tell you guys a story. This is pretty much apropos. How personal should I get it? Let me think. Hold on, think. My daughter. She's 19 and she is very socially conscious, and a lot of things that are going on in society bother her. And she's representative of this younger generation, this millennial, and she's almost on Gen Z. 19 is right on the verge there of Gen Z. And she called me the other day. She says, Dad, I want to go to protest. I want to go to one of these protests, and it was very interesting because I said, well, first of all, I probably don't want you to go to Los Angeles because I had just been there on Saturday. We were shooting our movie. I was on Rodeo Drive. We were on Melrose. We were in Hollywood where a lot of that was happening, and things calmed down since then. But I said, I don't think it's a good idea to go to LA because, things could get dangerous. But I said, if you find a good group that's, really, sincere about the cause, then, not only do I encourage you to go, but guess what? I'm going with you. So I accompanied my daughter on a protest the other day. I think it was Friday. And it was really fascinating because I learned a lot that day. And first thing I learned was that the majority of the people who were protesting, I live in Orange County, which is predominantly white. This is the whitest county in California, probably. Okay. And they're Los Angeles is, you know, if you don't know the geography, those of you guys watching, Los Angeles is Orange County is like the suburbs of Los Angeles, beach towns, sleepy beach towns, and, you know, nice people, good people, but just happens to be, you know, Anglo-Saxon population. And I noticed that the protesters were mostly Caucasian. That was interesting to me. And they were also mostly younger people. Which was also interesting. And there was probably like 300-400 people there, and it was very mild. I actually, because I was standing behind my 19-year-old daughter and her friend, I was just watching, making sure that nothing was going to go wrong. The sheriff actually, one of the sheriffs pulled up and he came right up to me and says, "Are you the organizer here?" And I said, "No, I'm not the organizer." Right. So it was interesting dynamic, right? And
it's interesting you bring that up, because that's what I've been seeing too. I actually saw a good friend of mine earlier today, Nia Wilson, who's a longtime activist. She runs a thing called Spirit House, but she was actually, because she's an older activist, she's even older than I am. I'm 58. I think Nia might be around 60 or 62. She was actually stepping back from the organizing, even though she's a longtime organizer, but because of the fear of what's the underlying conditions and COVID and stuff like that. So she was stepping back and letting the young charges take over more of the leadership role. That's what I think more folks are doing.
Absolutely, Mark. And so I learned, you know, I learned a couple things. First of all, I learned a lot, but the main two things that I took away from that was, first of all, I noticed that the demographic, and then also it was at a corner, and then they had the signs, and they were you know, making little short speeches, and then the people driving by who were honking in support of the protesting, and the causes behind the protest, I should say, were all colors and all ages. It was really interesting. And there was very few kind of haters, you know, roaming through. You always have that. And so I really appreciated that fact. It gave me a bigger perspective on things. And then when we got back to the house, we had a discussion, my daughter and I, and she said, and she explained to me what the real issues were, because she's really thoughtful about this, and she's like my hero in a lot of ways, because when I write my female characters, I bring my daughter into her personality into it a lot, and how she really cares about, you know, what's going on. And she said, "Dad, first thing is the you know, is justice, is having, like, if somebody's going to commit a crime, whoever they are, they should be made held accountable for it. That's the main thing." And the feeling is, and again, I'm just sharing what happened with her.
Right.
I know it's a much more complicated issue, but the feeling is that how she explained to me is that justice is not served many times. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is that is to encourage education, and to encourage within not only the police force, but all public servants and community at large, is increase communication and education, diversity education, and make people more sensitive about what people of color are going to, specifically Black people in the United States, and because of the history. And so and she's explained all this to me, and I'm just thinking, I'm so proud of her, and I was proud, but also I'm learning, like, because I try to stay away from, and Kimberly knows this because she's had me on several times, I try to stay away from political issues and social issues. I have very strong opinions, but it takes time for me to get them out. So I just say, you know what, let me write 10 movies, and let me share movies like what I feel. It's going to take 10 movies to explain. But instead, I try to stick with the effects mentally of what is going on. And it was it was a fascinating experience for me. And I applaud the organizers of these protests or public gatherings. And I also appreciate that and I'm also thankful that these gatherings have been predominantly peaceful. Mm-hmm. And so to me, and you know what else? And you know, I believe that that this whole process is going to be very, very good for this country, and it's going to be. This is something that is an unprecedented, organized communication on the issue, and I think it's going to be very, very helpful. But here's my last comment. I know it's like you just guys brought up one thing, and I'm going. This is why I usually let me just be quiet here.
But I'm enjoying your comments, and there's some very powerful comments. And the one thing I was going to add to that is I think education is going to be very vital. I mean, just incredibly vital. And I would even argue that's one of the things we've got to do better, even as we diversify society and everything. And I do agree with you and Kim that it's been, for the most part, peaceful. I mean, you got some looters and you got some folks that are trying to disrupt, whether that's the alt-right folks or the anarchists, because there are extremes on both sides that are trying to disrupt, but they are the minority, not the majority. But one of the things I'm hoping that comes out of this is that we do see how can I describe it? So right now, when we think of education in terms of learning about other cultures, it's very much of the pop stars of history. So like I said, we know Martin Luther King, we know Malcolm X, we know all of that. We know the ones that got the t-shirts on. I would even argue in the Latin community, a lot of folks know who Cesar Chavez is. But after we get past Cesar, a lot of folks have no clue of any of the Latin leaders at all. So I'm hoping that we see more of a diversity in terms of actually education. I'm even guilty of that. Like I said, I know of a few more than Cesar, but I probably need to know many more of the leaders, particularly out of the West Coast and Texas and things of that nature. So I'm hoping we see more of that develop.
Well, I really get, and that's a great distinction to point out. And here's what I think: the last thing I took out of this is, to that point, this younger group, man, this younger group is just different. Is different. And tomorrow, I announced today, tomorrow I'm resigning from Generation X, and I'm gonna join the millennials. I'm resigning from the older. I'm going backwards. I'm going to do Benjamin Buttons. I'm going back.
Okay.
Because they have it together, and here's what's happening now. A lot of my daughter. One of the things that she said, and it was great because we had a chance to spend a couple of days and talking through things. She says, "Dad, I get to vote this time. Last time I didn't get to vote."
Wow.
And a lot of my friends feel like when the last presidential election happened, none of her friends could vote like that. The beginning of the Gen Z, and what's going to happen is going to be a changing of the guard. Mm-hmm. It's going to take 5 to 10 years. It's going to be a changing of the guard, and now the millennials are in their 30s, and guess what? They're coming, and there's going to be many leaders emerge, household name type leaders like Malcolm X, like Martin Luther King Jr., like even Mahatma Gandhi and Mother Teresa and Princess Di, all of the people that we venerate in our society for being like champions of truth and justice, and it's going to happen. And I'm really, and this is a shout out to the Gen Xers, and I hope there aren't any are there baby boomers still in office anymore?
Not here.
Gen Xers are us, right? To like my generation, like guys, gals, please just get it together. There's so many decisions that are being made right now that are not logical, and a lot of it's based on fear. Like it's based on fear, Mark, and people are scared that they're going to be ostracized because they have a strong feeling this way or that way, and the easy road is the middle road, and that's where people who have made a difference that we can name, we rattle off their names, they bypass that. So don't be afraid, America. Don't be afraid. Be bold and stand for what you believe in and take action. This younger group, they're going to do it.
Yeah, they're going to definitely do it. I mean, one of the things I saw, and then I want to hear from Sharif as well, was there were some people that were building, they were concerned about their buildings being destroyed because that has happened with looting. So they put up plywood on a lot of the buildings in downtown Durham and everything to protect the windows and make sure they weren't shattered and things of that nature. Our muralists, a lot of these young people you're talking about, saw that as an opportunity. So what they did is they made some beautiful artwork. I'm gonna try to download it to our platform some kind of ways that they can see it. But it's some just amazing artwork that they did because they saw this basically a platform in terms of the painting, and just made some great statement art there. Some of it was very common, the Black Lives Matter kind of statements. There were some others that were you had to sit there and take a look at.
I was down there yesterday at the courthouse, and I haven't been downtown Raleigh since COVID. And it was shocking to me, one, because it just felt like a condemned town, all the boarded windows and everything. But then as you drove around, you started seeing the artwork, like you said. And in my mind, I thought, we ought to auction off some of this artwork to fund some of these projects, right? And support some of these missions that people are trying to voice. There's some of the artwork was fabulous. And one of the things I want your daughter to look up is something that kind of changed. I mean, maybe you want to look it up. It changed my outlook on a lot of things last week. We're talking about education. Nick is full of case studies. And there's a case study called Jordan versus City of New England. And it explains why our officers are not completely intelligent enough to deal with a lot of the situation they have to deal with, because the government took this suit so that they would not have to hire intelligent people as officers. So this is a very important case in history. Nick told me that it's the one case that they make most attorneys review. But it says a lot about our government and the way that they hire people, what they expect out of them to run the country. Not that police run our country, but they definitely are there to help, supposedly support us, protect us. But if you go read the statutes, that's not why they're hired. Right. So, but anyway, but that was a huge education for me to understand why and how are the police officers selected. And then that explains a lot of what happens, because everybody says, why are they always doing this? Why are the police always behaving this way? And intellectual people handle things different, right? They're not just processing things. So that was an interesting case study. But I think we've hit the nail on the head, and I think Sharif has had something to say. What is it?
One thing, like example of what we saw in USA about the people protesting and this kind of thing. One specific example I want to bring. One of the lady, she is actually previous Prime Minister of Malaysian daughter. She is activist, Marina Mahathir. Even she built up a Asian University of Women. She's working as a director. She's a very good activist in Malaysia. So she said one thing in one of the conference in Sunway University. I was attend there. So that time she said that if you do not involve with politics, politics will come to your door. So here I find that everybody, they say, okay, I do not like politics, but how actually young people behave, this is politics actually. We have to achieve our objective. People will not, suddenly government will not give us these things. We have to achieve it. So the young people, those who go as a protesters and they go a lot of activities and other things, we have to respect them. We have to give them freedom, and we have to understand this is called politics. So beginning I said that policy discussions, we have to bring young people and intellectual community and politician as well. The one and only solution around the world, more scientific dialogue. More scientific dialogues. The more we do scientific dialogue, we can solve many things. People do not have to go for war, or countries do not have to push the power, this, that. One and only things. The politicians, they have to understand people need scientific dialogue. So it's IBM, they can do, Harvard, they can do, Oxford, they can do, even University of Malaya, they can do. So when we have a more scientific dialogue, young people engage with the innovative idea, and we have to push the politicians that this is the policy we want to implement in our law, we want to implement in our things. Then I think even electronic media is a very important thing right now. IBM TV can play a very good initiative if they can do more focus on this kind of policy dialogue, because without politics we cannot solve these things. Politics we come to
problems. We need to solve problems, and I think this is what people mistake, and I guess some of the problems are political, but people mistake my agenda. I want to solve problems. I want better healthcare systems, right? I don't care who's in president. I want a better healthcare system. We need to make better educational system. We're living in a world of 18th century education. We need to change that. We're at a reset button now. This is something Vajit talks about all the time. When we re-enter, let's re-enter smarter. So we're still living off of an 18th century platform for education. We need to upgrade it. And I would love to see our children speaking 2 or 3 languages by the time they graduate from high school. There's no reason why they shouldn't be. And maybe we need to be investing more money in our education than in war, because we got a huge war budget. And I know we need to protect our countries, but maybe, Sharif, like you were talking about, the countries start thinking about other things besides war. We build a better, smarter environment. But Henning, what are your thoughts on that? Because I see you thinking really hard.
Well, I think, first of all, what Sharif has said is very, very intelligent and very, very logical. And I highly, highly encourage scientific and factual information. When I go on my Facebook Lives every morning, I just break out science and facts and figures. I stay away from opinions until the very end. Like, okay, if these are the facts and figures, and I have I research this stuff, because again, if you're going to be speaking on this, you really should know like what you're talking about. Like I have my notes like right here, like, I've got Harvard University studies. I've got the New York Times, U.S. News and World Report studies, the National Institute of Mental Health studies. The thing that if you focus on the facts of the matter, and science is a big part of this, and I talk about this all the time. 2 + 2 = 4, right? And every time, right? Jim Rohn used to say, "Beware of the man manufacturing antiques." Right? Because antiques are what? Antiques are old, right? Antiques are old. You can't manufacture antiques, right? Antiques are old. 2 + 2 = 4. And what I teach my kids, and I was so proud yesterday. I got an applause from my 11-year-old at my Facebook Live yesterday. If you haven't checked it out, oh boy, that's a good one. They actually applauded me, which is very rare for them. They usually dog me. They don't applaud for me. So if you encounter somebody that says 2 + 2 = 5, then you must correct them. You must correct them. 2 + 2 = 4. It doesn't equal 5. It's math. It's a fact. And when you present facts to people, and they come back, when you present the fact that 2 + 2 = 4, and they come back with 2 + 2 = 5, that's when you know that somebody's emotions have taken them over, and they can't see the factual information. So I believe 100% that, and it's tricky because being political, it automatically triggers in people. Oh, there's an agenda. Oh, they're on the left, they're on the right, they're a conservative, they're a moderate, they're a socialist, they're a capitalist. And so you got to be careful. But I think that I like that approach a lot. Just start with the facts, and you make your own logical conclusions based on factual data and science. That if you're going to speak out against a fact, then we don't have anything else to talk about. Like the conversation's over. Let's get back to let's have a beer together, or let's throw the football around. That's what's next. I don't have it. There's no more discussion, right?
Yeah, but I agree with you. But the issue there, because you get people that want to make it 2 + 2 = 4, unless there's some other factor going on, and they try to make like that whole new math thing that goes on.
Yeah.
And they try to like redefine what it is that you're going on.
Okay.
There are some very basic facts on all things, even on the political fronts and on the social justice fronts. There's some very basic facts, but then they try to add their own twist and try to make it a new fact, or what they can perceive as a fact.
That's a great point, Mark. But that's where you just have to. They taught us. I'm a high school dropout, and so I don't know much. And I'm a law school dropout also, so I know even less because I dropped out of both places. But I do know this. I do know this.
Disagreed with them.
A lot has to happen in between. There. So in law school, they teach you a concept, the concept of reasonableness, and
Yes.
would a reasonable person consider this a logical response to what's going on? Reasonableness has a lot to do with it, and I think that if we approach things from a reasonableness standpoint and use logic and reason and say, would the average person, that's another thing in law school they teach you, would the average person believe that this is reasonable? And then you can come to a lot of conclusions based on that. And as soon as things start getting unreasonable, then that's when you can move the conversation back to a factual conversation. Yeah.
Well,
You have to have more of those factual conversations for sure, because there's some folks out there that are trying to be totally unfactual, unreasonable, and just try to like get you into total absurdities. And those are the ones that you sometimes just have to avoid, because they're,
you have to avoid them. You got to leave them. You got to leave them be. And it's what all of my movies about. It's what all my books are about. The laws of association. Who are you hanging with? Who are your friends? Who are you taking input from? And it goes back to peer pressure and bullying and the things that teenagers have to go through, that we all have to go through. Okay, so is a decision that you're making, and this is what I tell my kids, and this is what when you see the films, and I encourage you guys all to come tomorrow and see Destinova. I encourage you all tomorrow to come. 6 o'clock, we're going to show you the whole film tomorrow.
6 o'clock Pacific time.
6 o'clock Pacific time. Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna go on Zoom and we're gonna show it to y'all. And the decisions that you make are based on your environment, who you have around you, the books you read, what you read, the seminars that you attend, what you allow into your brain. And this is like my challenge to my business associates, people who are speakers, people who are, people on this section who are eloquent speakers and have platforms and can communicate, is to consider who you have around you and make sure that you're all like-minded. And like-minded meaning doesn't mean that people don't have different opinions on things. It just means that you're going to be reasonable and logical. If you're not going to be reasonable and logical about a subject matter, then we're going to have limited association, right? So you either are going to increase association, you're going to limit association, or you're going to eliminate association, right? And so if somebody is behaving unreasonably, and it's the same in the movies, you guys are going to see, you make this decision, you go this way, you make that decision, you go that way. We have to make the proper decisions based on the input that we have. And it starts with the people around us, but it also starts with what source of information are you considering? And that's what Sharif said is so important. It's if you're basing your quote unquote argument on a factual matter or a scientifically proven. Now, things can be unproven scientifically. I understand that, but certain things are accepted. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about here. We're talking about the racial issue. Okay, so is it logical and reasonable? Taking emotions out of it, history out of it, politics out of it. Is it logical and reasonable to judge somebody based on the color of their skin? Is that logical and reasonable? Forget about everything else. Just logic and reason. And the answer is, it's totally illogical and unreasonable to judge. And it's like saying, oh, that car is better than that car. That car is black. That car is white. So that car must be better because it's black. A
lot of it is just the way that society has put these kind of like craziness out there and tried to make people think that some group or another group is either inferior or superior in one way or another. And we just have to get past all of that, because there's good and bad in all people and everything like that. And I agree with you. I mean, people have to be of different opinions and different thoughts, and you get that richness of view by learning from different people and their different viewpoints, their different things of that nature. I mean, even Jim here. Jim's over here. He's a master chess player. I want to try to play him in the game. I'm horrible. He will probably kill me in the game, but he can hang out with like somebody that's a checker or a backgammon player. They don't have to be playing chess. He's probably got some friends that are good at backgammon
Also,
and can't play chess at all.
Mark, so we have a chess fitness show coming up 1 p.m.
Okay,
today.
my time
Jim
is
starting.
done.
Okay.
Hi, Henning.
Henning,
Okay,
before
bye.
you leave,
Bye.
Take
Henning,
care.
before you leave, I tell you, we need to do a show on logic, reasoning, and politics. That should be a separate show we have to discuss.
Okay, I want to invite you all because World Talent Economy Forum, we love a lot of activities of IBM TV. We want to do more policy discussion.
Okay.
So we have many people from around the world. So we want to invite you all. I think it will be very interesting policy discussions, and you get real intellectual contributions, and you can contribute. And by this way, we can build our more perfect nations and perfect world.
Sharif, Kimberly, and I can know how to get a hold of me. I'm glad to help. I'm glad to be part of that.
Let's do it.
And I want to thank you all.
That sounds like a great conversation.
So if next week we want to arrange a policy dialogues in World Talent Economy Forums, and definitely IBM will be our partner. Okay, thank you.
That was one of the pictures from there. I'm trying to get it.
One more thing I want to add is Henning, gave us some tasks last week. I take them very serious, for us to think about what we want to do. So I've kind of typed up there that I want to change the laws. And so I'm working with someone who came to me in February and said, how can we change the differences between white and black? And then this happens. So we're going to try to work on some policies and laws and go to DC with them if anyone wants to join us. So I'm real proud to be working with this person. He's pretty famous. So, but anyway.
I'd love to do that. I'll know you on that. Henning, could you tell us that time one more time? That your film
tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific time till 8
so that's
p.m.
9 p.m. my time, because
you're in North Carolina.
I gave you the correct time last time and I missed it. So I need to make sure I got the right
6
time.
o'clock. Make sure that Mark has my cell. I'll make sure that you're on, because we locked the room up after we spoke.
We get bring
the popcorn out. And at 6 o'clock, we're going to have we're going to show you a musical sequence that's going to really be exciting for you. Something really great with Drew Lane. And then also we're going to show Destinova, which is a 1-hour feature film that is just a celebration of youth culture and growing up, and it's going to be very very exciting. And we're going to share some ideas on what we're talking about here today, because what we didn't get into, and we'll talk about this next time, is the tribal element of prejudice and stereotyping and racism, the roots of it. And I'd love to get into it today, but we can do it next time. And it's all in. And I encourage you, when you watch these films, just look at, these are films made for young adults, right? And we're all obviously, except for Ankit. Ankit is a baby face here in the group. But just try and pull out like what we're trying to say, and what these incredible actors who are all millennials, what they're saying with their words, and how the interaction. And then when we come back on, you guys can really see a little bit more of my point of view and how I see things. And I really appreciate you all being on. Appreciate this time. Jim, I know I'm eating into your time. Thank you guys very much. We'll see you guys. We'll do this again next week if you guys want. Okay.
Absolutely. We'll see you.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. Great my day. Thanks.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Jim, it's your time. It's your
Okay.
show. Let's
see if I'm ready.
Let's do it. All right. We're going to bow out and let you have your show. Ladies and gentlemen, IBM TV. Welcome you to Chess Fitness with Jim Mead.
Yes. Thank you, Kimberly, and thank you for inviting me to host this show on Chess Fitness. And I have a couple of guests here today that I'll introduce in a moment, but I think you're probably wondering, whoops.
Hold on. All right. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. You're probably wondering what I mean by chess fitness, and this is not the kind of chess fitness that I'm talking about. And kids, don't try this at home, because I am a professional. You might want to start out, because we're all beginners. You might want to start out with something a little smaller. but you do more repetition and you will become stronger. And now the chess fitness that I'm talking about is how do you become first chess literate, so you can be able to read and write and talk to other people about chess. And then how do you become a stronger player so that you can enjoy the game more? You can appreciate the aesthetic qualities of chess. And once you get to that level, you will find yourself immersed in a chess community. And that is what we want. We want to build a chess community. And I am the chairman and CEO of the EAT Foundation, eatfoundation.org. And we are about building communities through chess. And we also say that we are chess without borders. We don't care where you are. And if you're not part of the chess community, we want you to make you become part of the chess community. So this is part of the reason, because I started out as a chess warrior, I thought myself, and then it was a weekend warrior. And then now I am into chess philanthropy. And by that, I mean, I want to help others learn and play chess. And I think if we can do that in the United States, it would be an incremental improvement in our society. And I think if we can do this around the world, we would have a chance of building a community that is global in nature. And my first guest I would like to introduce is Joel Benjamin. And Joel Benjamin is a grandmaster. And so he is one of the elite. He is much stronger than I am. And I think that, hi, Joel. And I think he could probably do more reps than I can and with more weight than I can. But
Not
Joel,
really
I know that you are a former U.S. champion.
Yes.
And so you have represented the United States in international competitions as well.
Many times.
Many times. So you are to a player like myself, you are one of the elite. And as I've told you in person, when you were representing the United States in team competitions around the world, I was one of your fans. You know, you guys that were representing the United States you were our heroes. So I wanted to have you on as my first guest to talk about chess fitness. And I would also like to introduce, I am John Donaldson. And if we can bring John on. John, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you for being part of this show, my first show. I wanted John to be on because he is also not as elite a player as Joel. John, you've never won the U.S. championship. So I'm not dismissing you because you're quite a strong chess player. You could do more reps than I can. And so you're both much stronger than I am. And FIDE has 3 titles that they used to give out: Grandmaster, which is Joel; International Master, which is John; and FIDE Master. FIDE is the French acronym for the World Governing Authority over chess. And so I am what we call an FM, John and IM, and Joel is GM. But we are all among the elite in terms of tournament play. But how did we get there? That's what I want to ask you guys. And one of the ways that I did was because many of us in the United States were autodidacts. We had to teach ourselves. So I did it through books. And you are both authors. And Joel, why don't you tell us about the most recent book that you have written for chess players to get stronger?
You're talking about Better Thinking, Better Chess, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was a book that really kind of grew out of a lot of my work as a coach, as a teacher of school classes, private students, camps, which is mostly what I've been doing in the last 20 years. And I found that in games, I could see kind of common reasons why players make mistakes. And I realized that chess performance is not just simply a matter of what skills you have, what you know, but what you actually apply when you play the game. It's like how well you think, how well you use your time, how efficient your thought process is. So the book is mostly about that, about thinking in a logical, efficient manner, and that helps us win more games.
Yeah, and I think if your experience was like mine, Joel, you went to these classes, you teach kids to think, and that's transferable in the classroom.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that question. You're breaking up for me anyway.
Yes. Let me off and.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the question was there.
Hi, we're having just a little bit of technical difficulty, but we're not going to let the dead air scare.
Yeah, no, we don't let it dead air.
We are international, and one of my jobs and Ankit's jobs is to make sure none of this happens.
Yeah.
But, okay, here we go. Try again.
Yes, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. This is the internet glitch monster that comes up and grabs us.
As long as it's not my fault.
No, and not at all. No.
Okay, good.
I take full responsibility for this. I actually upgraded my modem yesterday so that wouldn't happen, but it did. But what I was asking you is because when I taught in schools, one of the things I thought we taught children to sit still and think. And that was a skill that was immediately transferable back into the classroom. And I was wondering if your experience was similar to mine.
Well, a few years ago, there was a chess book called Move First, Think Later. And I did read it because I was curious. And it was kind of thought-provoking. But basically, this is the worst advice, like those words in a nutshell, the worst advice that you could give chess players, because I found that was the biggest problem. And that the chess players I came into contact with, most moves they made were the first move that popped into their head. Now, on the very lowest levels, the move would pop into their head and they just play it. But even up to, let's say, 2,000, 2,100, which is like expert level, very often they would see a move and they'd think about it. They might analyze it, and then they'd play it. And then I'd go over the game and I'd say, what did you think of this move? And I already know the answer. They're going to say, oh, I didn't look at that. Because it's like, okay, there's only one move in the position. Why do I have to look at any other possibility? So that's one thing that I notice, especially with young players, is that they're just very impulsive, and they play the move when it pops into their head. They're afraid it's going to disappear if they don't put it on the board. And this was something I actually had to learn about to understand, because when I was a kid, it never occurred to me not to think about my moves. I don't know anything until I really look at things. So it took a little bit of training before I understood, oh yeah, just about everybody has this problem, and you really have to work on trying to correct it.
I agree, Joel, because when I was a class player, I made the jump from class player to expert level, but simply by advice. I followed the advice that an older player gave me. He said, sit on your hands.
So sometimes I actually literally tell people to do that, as a last resort, because they're runaway trains.
Yes, because I would that first move, that impulse to play that first move that pops into my head, I couldn't do it because I was sitting on my hands. Yeah. So I had to physically force myself to do this, and that gave me a chance to look at something else. But John, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what your project is, because you're also an amazing chess writer and chess author. And you are probably, in the top tier of researchers. So your written books are just thoroughly researched. And what is it now that you're working on?
Well, I've almost finished the first of a 2-volume series on Bobby Fischer. And, there's like over 100 books on Bobby Fischer. You'd think that every single thing has been said about him that could be. But I sort of started from that as my beginning point. I had a lot of questions after reading books like Frank Brady's biographies, A Profile of a Prodigy, and Endgame, and reading other guides to Bobby. And so I just tried to sort of systematically, address a lot of questions I had, both questions about his chess playing and also questions about his life in general. And to give you one example, one thing I was always curious about his lawsuit, and Fischer had many lawsuits. I don't know if he was the strongest player of all time, but he was definitely the most litigious grandmaster of all time. His first lawsuit was like in 1961 when he played the Reshevsky match, and there was seldom a year that went by where he didn't initiate a lawsuit. But he was not a very easy client, shall we say. And so one of the questions I always had was, there was a book that was published. It was called Bobby Fischer versus the World. And it was or Against the World, I forget. It was by Brad Derrick. And it came out not long after the match in Reykjavik in 1972. And this book did not really portray Bobby in a very positive light. And it was not their first involvement together. Derrick had been in Argentina when Fischer played his candidates final with Tigran Petrosian for the right to play for the World Championship. And they had a big article in Life magazine, and it was a pretty positive article. And the parameters of that article were very clearly defined. There were written contracts on both sides, and it all went swimmingly. But for the World Championship match, Derrick wanted a seat at the table, and Fischer said, I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm going to be preparing for the World Championship. And he said, well, here, I'll sign a non-disclosure that, I won't write anything about this match, that I learned from, being privy to your inner circle. And he signed that contract. And he also gave several verbal agreements, and he also, shook hands on it. I mean, Fischer was, shall we say, not the most trusting of individuals. Yes. And as a result, one would have thought that that book would not have ever gotten published. But it turns out that, those sort of agreements, they're not like as ironclad as you might think. And in the early 70s, there was a trend towards the public's right to know. And so in Fischer's case, it was like, it wasn't a slam dunk that he was going to win a lawsuit, but he did sue pretty much everybody under the sun. Not only Derrick, but Derrick's wife for typing up the manuscript. In the USCF for selling it. He sued Time Life, which were the actual publishers of the book. And it was very interesting for me, why didn't he get satisfaction from this? And I was able to get some insights to that from a fellow down in Long Beach, Larry Finley, who stumbled upon some of the items that were sold when Fischer's storage locker was auctioned off. And one of them was a deposition that Fischer had given for that lawsuit. And what becomes very clear fairly early on is that patience regarding legal matters was not Bobby's strong suit. And so he sat there and was deposed for like 8 hours. And, when they depose you, they ask the most, basic questions. I mean, they're getting paid by the hour. And so it just stretches on and on and on. And he saw that he had like another 2 weeks of this, and he just kind of threw up his hands, and he just thought, well, I won. This guy clearly, he signed his paper, he shook my hand, he told me to my face that he wasn't going to write this book, and he still did. And as a result of that, Fischer just he went a little bit crazy. He was already on his way, but he had some mental health challenges in his family history. His grandmother actually died in a mental asylum. But in Bobby's case, you could understand why he was so frustrated. He was a layman, and he just thought he had done everything he could to protect himself, and he trusted this guy, and the trust was definitely abused. But he wasn't really, he wasn't very realistic. If he had gone to Time Life and shown him everything and just said, I want $100,000. I had several lawyer friends that told me they would almost certainly have said yes, because the cost to litigate it, and it also wasn't clear how it would be ruled on. But as a result of that, Fischer basically issued, if you will, a fatwa against the U.S. government, and he stopped paying taxes. And well, it was more symbolic because he didn't really have a lot of income. He'd given away much of what he won in the World Championship match, and this is a couple of years later, so he doesn't really have, some book royalties are pretty much all he has coming in.
But John, let me interrupt you there, because sure. Joel, do you think that this book on Fischer will be well researched?
You mean John's book?
John's book.
Well, absolutely. Well, he's already told me something that I didn't know. I actually read that book as a child, and I thought it hilarious. I really enjoyed it. But then I spoke to some people, and they say, "Well, the guy really took a lot of liberties on with the truth." So I said maybe I feel a little guilty that I enjoyed reading the book, but John will dig into every corner. So,
yes, and I wanted to point out that because I'm not sure that our hosts even are as familiar with Bobby Fischer as we are, and I am a little bit older than you guys, but I was a product of the Fischer boom because Bobby Fischer was representing the United States against Boris Spassky in 1972, and Boris Spassky was, of course, from the former Soviet Union. So we had all of this Cold War nonsense going around. And so the Americans were very much taken with the idea that here was a product of the Soviet system that they thought was invincible. And here is this individual American challenging against him. So I started playing because Bobby Fischer's name was on the front page of the New York Times and all of that. But was that your case, Joel? Did you start because of Bobby Fischer?
Well, I didn't start playing chess because of Bobby Fischer. I learned how to play from members in my family, but I got interested in chess. I got involved in chess. Definitely, I learned how to play chess in 1972. I watched the match on TV.
Yeah,
it was on TV.
It was on TV,
and there were I've written about this myself, but. When Grandmaster Larry Evans was reporting on the match, he was wearing an ABC blazer. He was actually a network reporter.
Yes.
And I played in my first tournament in December 1972. It was the Greater New York Scholastic Championships. I was in the primary section. I was in third grade. There were over 1,000 kids in that tournament. It was the biggest tournament of all time. And let me tell you, a lot of those kids barely knew the moves. It didn't matter. Everybody's parent thought my kid could be the next Bobby Fischer.
I certainly thought I was going to be.
Jim, there's no way that we can explain to people who weren't around at the time what this match meant. It meant that chess was in the consciousness of the average American person, not just chess player, just everybody in America knew this was happening and had some knowledge, some opinion about it. I don't know. I don't think we could ever recreate that situation again.
Right. How about you, John? What does Bobby Fischer mean to you in terms of you becoming a chess player?
Well, the match was reported in the Tacoma News Tribune, where I was living in Tacoma, Washington, and so I found out there was a chess club in Tacoma, and I joined in September of 1972, shortly after the match.
Right. I played my first USCF rated game in 1972. So we all have that kind of thing in common.
Jim,
that was a phenomenon. Go ahead,
Jim. Like the Fischer boom. I mean, there were a whole lot of great grandmasters in my generation, and I watched the match. I started playing at 8 years old. But then, like from the other side of that generation is all these guys that either started then or maybe even a couple of years earlier. But you have to stretch out that was the Fischer generation, and I was like the end of it. The youngest kid that came along when
we
Fischer
thought of you as the young guy.
Well, I thought of you as old guys.
Yes.
But by the way, Jim, I'm also writing about Bobby Fischer, although not just about Bobby Fischer, because I'm working on a book. I believe it's going to be called World Champion Chess for Juniors, and you started off this show by mentioning books, and that's really kind of the inspiration for this book, is that when we grew up, books were the only way we could learn about the world, really, and the only way we could learn about chess. Because if a chess tournament, let's say, was going on in Russia, we were lucky if we might see a game or two 6 months later.
Absolutely.
We didn't know what was going on in the world, but so we really learned from these books. And okay, obviously JD's background is much more impressive than mine, but I am sitting in my office and I have a lot of books to the left of me.
Yes.
And probably, I don't know, 80% of those books are from my childhood, because I would get Fischer, Karpov, Smyslov, Botvinnik, like all the great players. I had all those books, and that formed my education. That's how I learned about chess. But now we're in the computer era, and a lot of kids don't read books. A lot of kids don't read books at all.
Right.
But a lot of chess players don't read books, young chess players, and they spend all day sitting on the computer doing tactics training, which makes their tactics really sharp. But because they have no sense of this history, there's a lot of background in their game they're missing. So this book is to say, hey guys, get off of Fortnite or Minecraft for a few minutes, read a book, and learn some stuff that will really educate you and also help you with your game. Where'd Jim go? Did we lose Jim?
Well, Joel, do you recognize any books in my bookshelf?
Jim's back. Jim, you should sue those people who upgraded you. I cannot. Oh yes. By the way, I have my ICC show. I just started a new one, my ICC show. I actually record that from my desktop, which is to my right. So the background to my left, I have the same background. I can see American Grandmaster and Liquidation of the Chessboard.
There you go, Joel's book. Yeah.
I mean, my eyes aren't so good, but I recognize those designs. So thanks a lot, John, for putting those up there.
I was going to ask you, Joel, if on your bookshelf, I don't think you have my book or any of John's.
But now, Joel, you can see your book as well.
No, I look. I'm going to confess something, that I don't buy books very often.
Me too.
Because it's just it's a lot of money, and a lot of them aren't necessarily that helpful for me, and I don't like opening books, and there are other ways to study openings.
They're obsolete as soon as they're published. Yeah.
They don't write, and game collections, they don't do so much because everything's available, on ChessBase or the
let's
internet.
get back to the theme of the show, the chess fitness. Sure. How did you, John, become a strong player? Where did you start? How did you advance? Tell me a little bit about your background chess-wise.
Well, first off, Jim, you should understand, I mean, Joel isn't just a former U.S. champion. He's a multiple U.S. champion. He also played on many U.S. Olympiad teams.
You would know, John.
He was a captain of those teams.
Yes,
Joel. Capitan.
But to put it in perspective, I mean, Joel is he's like a top 50 player in the world.
Yes.
I'm in much more modest company, but I remember well how I developed as a player. I started playing when I was 14 in the fall of 1972, and I was a member of the Tacoma Chess Club. And the club had about 200 members, which is quite special. And it was very specific to that time. During the Fischer boom, as Joel alluded, I mean, chess was just very, very popular. And so this club, all the members had keys to it, and you could basically come and go as you wanted. And I had a group of chess friends, several of them who became strong players, like international master Eric Tangborn, and we would just go to that club all the time, and we played against players that were better than us, but not so so much better that they could beat us all the time. It was like if we really did our very best, we might score like 30 or 40%. And then slowly we would improve, and then we'd play a little bit stronger level of player than that. And then we just sort of developed that way. And one thing that was very helpful was that sometimes players that were stronger than us, that were members of the club, like Neil Salmon and Paul Eggers, they would, when we were analyzing games, they would join in. And so there'd be like 4 or 5 people looking at the games, and they would make very helpful comments. I mean, you play a lot of games and you learn from your mistakes, but it's always better if somebody points out to you, like, avoid doing this, you won't have to lose the next 3 games you play.
Well, John, that is one of the main, oh, doggone it.
It's one of the main.
Hey, now, Joel, if you look,
what was the next word? I don't. There you go.
I am terribly sorry.
There were some technical difficulties happening around on our live show, and that's a part of the plan, and that's a part of the game. So we have to overcome the situation over a period of time. But it was a great discussion. I was listening from the backstage. Wonderful to have chess people around, and what I have analyzed is that in India there are a lot of chess players. You know about Vishnath Anand, but I didn't know that those chess players also follow a lot of books as well. That was something I was not aware about.
That they wrote a lot of books, did you say?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, chess is just a completely international game. I mean, it was so different. When I was a teenager hitting the world scene, there were no players from India. There were no players from China. I mean, that will to young people today. That's incomprehensible. But Indian grandmasters, they travel all over the world playing in tournaments, and they're also coaching not only in Indian students but just all around the world, and they have a lot of shows on a lot of websites, educational websites. So Indian players are a very, very big part of the chess culture now.
Yeah, certainly. And Jim is back.
Jim's back.
So the main reason when I cut off, and I am going to talk to my internet service provider for this new equipment, is not meeting my expectations. But I was picking up on what John was talking about, and one of the main things I think is related to chess fitness is as being taught a little bit more about someone a little bit better than you. And it seems to me that if you maybe you can relate to a grandmaster like Joel, but maybe someone closer to your strength who's just better than you and knows why you're making mistakes, they can help you a great deal improve until you get to that level, and then you do it all over again. You find someone better than you and learn from them, and you keep advancing. It seems to me that was what worked for me. And I don't know.
That's how I did it too. I was always, looking for that competition, and I improved mostly from my tournament experience. I learned most over the board, and thinking about what I did in my games. As a coach, that's what I do most is dissect a player's games and see what we need to learn from those games and so on. But I can say that as a coach, if I have if I'm teaching a kid and he's let's say 2150, and he comes back from a tournament and he tells me how he did in the under 2200 section, I'm saying, like, why are you not in the open section? You know that you can beat an expert level player. Can you beat a master? Can you beat an IM? How can you hold your own against those guys? Can you compete with them? That's what it's about. You have to challenge yourself, and that really is the best way to get ahead, especially back in the day when we didn't really have so many tools for improvement. That was the very best we could do.
Yes, and I always remember the tournament I went to Las Vegas, the National Open, which you guys are familiar with, and the pairing was done improperly by color, and I was supposed to be paired against Larry Christensen, and the tournament director told me he couldn't do the repairing. And he said, besides, would you want to play Larry Christensen? And I said, yes, that's why I came to Las Vegas, to play Larry Christensen. And I didn't go there to play people like me. So,
Jim, you wanted to play Mr. Bye.
Pardon me, Nick?
You wanted to play Mr. Bye. Mr. Bye, B-Y-E.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Everybody did. It's a horrible record.
I never wanted a book.
Nick, weren't you in college with Larry?
Yeah.
Briefly,
we played for USF. As a matter of fact, I played you 3 times. I got 2 losses and 1 draw. Not a good record. I never played John Donaldson. I think he's a West Coast guy, though. So
he's a West Coast guy.
Yeah. See, the people on the West Coast and the East Coast, they don't kind of talk to each other. But he probably knows Jim because he's on the East Coast, West Coast.
I've been on the West Coast.
But he's from the East Coast, so
that's right.
He can
anyway,
both languages.
Really?
Yeah. The world is shrinking. Well, I can do it I can do it West Coast laid back chess talk, or I can do East Coast trash talk.
Yeah. But actually, I remember, Joel, you were at the Bermuda International years ago.
I played in Bermuda many times.
Yeah, because I was playing in the same tournament. We played football out with, let's see, who was it? Tony Renna? I don't remember him, tall guy. I could throw the football to him, he could catch it. It was pretty good.
Yes. He's I don't know, 6'6" or something like
that.
Yeah,
he was a great receiver.
Yeah.
But I still have photos of
after you started to get better in terms of club play. What was your next step in improving your chess fitness?
That's a good question.
Who are you asking now?
John.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's a combination of things. I mean, one, it's playing in tournaments, and you want to playing, as we mentioned, playing tournaments where you're playing opposition that will challenge you. I mean, as I said before, you don't want to be in a situation where you'll lose all your games, but something where you score like 30 or 40% is a really good result for you. You'll learn a huge amount from that experience and improve that much faster. Then also, when you play that stronger opposition, you want to go over the game with them afterwards. That's sort of a lost art these days, the postmortem. But in compensation for that, you have the silicon oracles that you can rely on afterwards. But you should be careful when you use them. I mean, they're very good at giving immediate feedback about tactical oversight, but you shouldn't obsess about changes of very small evaluation. And for positional understanding and things like that, I mean, the computers are very strong, but in terms of learning from the evaluations, I don't think it would be very helpful. But I would say that also, as Joel mentioned before, there is a wealth of chess literature out there. One of the things about chess is that it's not like learning math or learning a language in the sense that you have to master the material, but then you're going to have to apply it. You're going to have to apply it against another human being that's playing against you. That's what really kind of makes it different. So along those lines, everyone, when they develop in chess, I mean, there'll be a lot of stuff that will be common, but they also need to find what works well for them. So one book I could recommend for somebody that knows the rules of chess, but nothing more, just an absolute beginner. It's a very easy book to find. It's very inexpensive. It's not a perfect book, but it's a good start. It's called Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess. It's the best-selling chess book of all time. Sold over 1 million copies.
Wait, more than Jim's book?
Almost.
No. His is Chess for Dummies. That one, yeah. Everybody reads.
and so there are people that would challenge the statement.
I had to get that in.
Although people on my publishing would say that my book was the best-selling of all time, but I agree with John. I say second.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I have a question for John. Behind him, are those new in chess books at the behind you?
On the top two shelves, yes, they are. I just had them bound.
Oh wow. I was addicted to that. It was
oh yeah,
you know, because they always come out with some latest and greatest technique, the new in chess stuff, and I tried it out, waiting for the several thousand people to show up so one of them would actually fall into the line.
Yeah. You have to play a lot.
A lot. But I was just wondering if those were new in chess, because I thought that was an excellent series. But do they even exist anymore? Do they new in chess even around?
Very much so. Very much so.
Do you mean the yearbooks or the company, or I mean the
as Deion Sanders would say, both.
I mean, I'm very much in the new in chess family, because they've been publishing my last few books, but they still have the yearbook and the magazine, and they have the magazine in print, and also you can get the data files you get online, but also I used to have a column in the yearbook. I did, I don't know, for several years, and after a while I wrote to them and I said, I'm sorry, but I have to quit because this column is too hard to write, because I was writing, because the yearbook is about openings, which is not really my thing, and I didn't want to say anything, didn't want to do anything wrong, so I was researching like crazy, and it just took up too much time, and it wasn't my thing. So that I don't write. I love the company, but I don't write in the yearbook because that was just too hard for me.
But I remember you played all the exotic openings.
Oh
Joel.
yeah.
I mean, you were like an opening maven, I thought.
But the thing is, and JD will totally understand what I'm saying. My approach to openings is very personal. I'm very good at finding what works for me, But like, if I have to like prove it to other people, okay, this is what I play, and you should play it too because it's good. I'm just not designed that way, Like you could get Nick DeFermian on here with his Bobby Fischer repertoire, and he had everything worked out. He's the kind of guy that could do better with that. But for me, it's so highly personal that the yearbook is that stuff is a little bit more scientific. So that's why I kind of had trouble with it.
Well, for years, Joel, I opened with B3 just to avoid all opening theory. All I wanted was playable video games.
I'm doing really worse than everybody right now on the internet. I play G4 all the time.
Oh no!
Yes, and you would be surprised. No. Okay, unless they reach a certain level, you'd be surprised how many grab that pawn, which is a big mistake.
Even that's better for black.
It's like this. If I win, hey, look, you lost to G4. If I lose, well, come on,
I played G4.
You guys,
I noticed, John, I'm sorry, Joel. I noticed behind John's ear, his right ear, there's one of my books. I can't believe it. That is the first book that I ever published. I had published. And I can't believe you have a copy of it, John. Where did you pick that up?
Which one is it?
Yeah,
it's a book on McCutcheon French, and it also sort of doubles as a game collection of Jim's best efforts without opening, which was one of his key weapons in becoming a FIDE master. But talking about new in chess, one thing I would say is that you asked Jim, what things can make you a better player, and as Joel mentioned before, I mean, studying tactics is like sort of the universal that all chess teachers can agree on is essential. But as Joel also mentioned, it tends to get overdone these days because there's just so many places you can train online. But another thing that you really need to do is you need to work on your pattern recognition that extends beyond tactics. And one thing that Joel did in his New in Chess articles is he had a whole series on isolated queen pawn structure and how it could arise from different openings, whether it was even an exchange French or various queen's gambit declines and Panna Bothinic attacks, C3 Sicilians, what have you. But that mastery of that isolated queen pawn, that's the sort of thing that it doesn't have any sale date. it will stick with you your whole chess career. And one of the marks of really great players is their ability to apply ideas to different positions. And, you know, sometimes it's very obvious, like somebody does something in one position and then you see it in another one and everyone says, oh yeah. But then I can recall Yasser Serouan, that was really my chess teacher in a way. I think the first 20 times we played, I lost like 16 or 17 times. You'd show him one position and he would see it and then he would apply it in another game, and they didn't look initially at all similar, but he grasped right away that they were, and he's not the only strong player like that. I mean, I remember Bobby Fischer. He was one of the godfathers, if you will, of a type of pawn structure called the hedgehog, in which black puts all of his pawns on the third rank like the little furry animal, and that hedgehog. In the 1970s and early 80s, people realized how resilient and how dynamic it could be. But Fischer had been playing it since the mid-1960s, and he got it from a game that Morphy played against Paulson in like the late 1850s, and they played that game blindfold. Now, the point I make is that in that game, Morphy, it's not exactly like a hedgehog, but he played like King H8, he played Rook G8, he played G5, and he played G4. And so Fischer, in a game in the 66 Olympiad as black, he played that analogous plan. All the details are not the same, but Fischer had that ability to apply one idea to another position. And the more positions you can learn like that, the better it is. I often have thought that when you start playing chess at first, it's like you're in a room and it's completely dark. And then you learn the rules of chess and there's like one little light bulb that's lit up. And then as you learn more tactics, you learn more patterns and positional ideas, the room becomes more and more illuminated to somebody like, Joel, where, you have to wear sunglasses. I'm fine with just regular glasses.
Yeah, me too, Joel. John, I wanted to say if we could talk about chess fitness again. I'm going to throw this out to both of you. Joel, you answer first. John, you answer me second. I have often said chess is a game of pattern recognition. And do you agree, disagree, or why? Joel?
Oh yeah, definitely. And one interesting thing is that's the difference between how we play, how humans play, and how computers play. And one of the things when I was at IBM working on the Deep Blue project, we were investigating ways that we could incorporate somehow pattern recognition into the way Deep Blue played. We didn't really figure out a way of doing it, but that is a reason why humans are often smarter than computers in certain situations, and how they're able to play moves and find plans because they've learned them in other situations. I want to kind of amplify what John was talking about with the isolated pawn positions. I find that knowledge is generational, because when I was about 10 or 11 years old, my teacher at the time, George Kane, he said, "Okay, we're going to learn about isolated queen pawn positions," and so I learned them, pretty early in my chess education, and I love them. I mean, I've played so many games with isolated pawn positions. I played Alpin Sicilians, and I played Panov attack against Caro-Kann. I love playing the isolated queen pawn positions. But I found that when I started having advanced students, and I had in New Jersey, I got the cream of the crop in John Burke and Brandon Jacobson. These are two teenagers who are now grandmasters. But when I was working with them, it's like they did not,
grandmasters.
Yeah. They did not play isolated queen pawn positions at all. They just, they were just weird, because they just grew up a whole different way. They didn't have the books, We had to learn. We had to learn in this way of learning the strategy and being able to put it together, because we didn't have the specifics. We didn't have the database with all the opening moves. We had to learn chess in a more general way and to be able to apply it that way. Whereas because there's so much specific knowledge that they can work on, the kids learn in a different way, and they have different strengths and weaknesses than we did.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to circle back to your IBM days. But John, what do you think about chess as a game of pattern recognition?
There's no question about it. And recently there have been some books that have dealt with the subject. There's one by Swedish international master Thomas Engqvist. It's published by Batsford. It came out in the last couple of years. It's called like 300 Positions You Must Know. And some of them are for openings, some are for middle games, some are for end games. It's not by any means the sort of book that one should purchase when they're starting out. It's for a more advanced level. But say like you're around somewhere 16 to 1800, that book could be very helpful. And the fellow that wrote it, he said that when he was young, he had a chess teacher, and the fellow gave group lessons, and every week he would assign one position to the group, and then they would review it, and they'd have to make a presentation of that. And so there'd be like they try to master like 5 or 6 positions each week. So I mean, I wouldn't say that book is like the be all and end all, but it could be helpful for some people. As far as like isolated queen pawns, there's a really, really good book by Alexander Baburin that was published by Batsford.
Yes.
But you should hang on to it, Jim, because unfortunately that book is not easy to come by. But it's very systematic, and it treats isolated queen pawn positions, by the pawn structure, because you can have isolated queen pawn with for white, but black could have an E pawn or he could have a C pawn, so it deals with both those. And it explains, how white can try to break in the center, or he can play on the king side for an attack, or he can just play for like pure sort of, positional piece activity. And
John, I have a signed copy of that book. So do you think that it's worth something?
I would say that maybe you can buy a house next to the one you currently own. Probably not quite, but you could probably get $100 for it.
Yeah. Well, I just really want to say, I grew up, when I got stronger, I started to study a lot of Karpov's game, and he could play the white side of the queen's pawn game or the black side. Anytime it was an isolated pawn structure, he won. Didn't matter what side he was on. So it was very interesting for me.
Yeah, this is fresh in my mind because I've recently been working on the Karpov chapters, and that the 1981 match with Korchnoi, between Karpov and Korchnoi was a major one for me. Because I was 17 years old. I was a young international master, getting very serious about chess. I was really on top of that match. And in the first game, Karpov got a formation, would sound funny to the non-chess players, called the hanging pawns. It's a very pejorative term for something that is often quite effective offensively. And so Korchnoi saddled him with the hanging pawns. And let me just tell a little story. It's going to be in my book, but I'm giving this one away for free.
Thank you.
John Fedorovich was one of the commentators on the Shelby Lyman show. You guys all remember?
Sure.
Shelby Lyman started the show, but dates back to the Fischer era, and he started this show, and he did it for the Karpov Korchnoi matches. And he had John on with Jimmy Sherwin and Edmar Bednes. And Shelby says, "Okay, panel, what do you think of the position, Jimmy?" And Sherwin says, well, white has a slight positional advantage due to the weakness of the hanging pawns. At which point, Fed jumps up and says, "What do you mean weakness? They're protected 17 times. Better." And
you have to know John. You have to know John to get that real.
Well, you have to get him on sometime, and then
yes, he's on my list.
Yeah. So Karpov went on to win a beautiful game with the hanging pawns, and then I don't know, like 8 games later, Karpov wins a model game playing black against the isolated queen pawns. Of course, I just couldn't win when when he had the weakness of Karpov, and it didn't matter. Karpov just
Yeah, it's a question of strength at some point. And I do want to cycle back to your IBM days, and I was, of course, in IT, and I was also a chess geek, and so I was very fascinated by this IBM Deep Blue versus Kasparov, the world champion. I was very fascinated by it, and I knew you were part of the team behind the scene. And my thinking at that point was that we started in the 70s and 80s thinking about heuristics, about building the ability to make decisions like humans do. And that went nowhere. And what we ended up going is brute force, calculations, speed. The speed of the processes increased, the memory increased, and all of a sudden they could do these calculations, which a human could not even try to imagine doing, so far down, and then make a decision about evaluation of the position and then recalculate. And they could do this in this fast. So was IBM Deep Blue, was that really just brute force approach to chess?
It was pretty much brute force, but what you're talking about, we tried to do in an artificial way. And I mean, I don't know what Garry Kasparov really understands about this, although I've really kind of talked about it many times. But what he didn't get at the time was that we were working very hard to make our program different from other programs. So you couldn't just sit down with Fritz and say, okay, this is how Fritz behaves. You give Fritz more time, it will play the same moves as Deep Blue. It wasn't like that. So basically, I took it to chess school. And one thing I did is I said, okay, computers are terrible at blocked positions. When the pawn structure gets locked and the pieces don't have a lot of movement, they don't have any idea what to do. So I sat down and I would input these moves to get to a closed position, and then I'd play it and I'd study its behavior. And I'd go back to the programs and I say, okay, this is what it's doing. This is what it as a grandmaster player should do. And so we worked on that. And there was one time I found that Deep Blue had this problem, that if it had a situation where it could trade pawns were in what we call in the business intention. They could take each other. It could make a pawn capture to open a file for a rook. All right. If it didn't either open that file or see in its search that file was going to get opened, it would get no points for the placement of the rook. So it would not understand that its rook was in a good place because it had the potential to open the file. This is what I found out when I talked to the programmers. And I said, well, that's wrong. It should understand that at some moment it could open the file, and that's going to be valuable. So so our chip designer, Feng Xiangshu, he thought about it for a moment. He said, he was like Spicoli in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. When that he's in front of that big car wreck. Was totally in pieces. He says, "Oh, I can fix it." He says, "I know what to do," and he actually put something on the chip. Remember game 2 of the match? Kasparov didn't understand why the machine tripled on the file when it was still closed. That was me. It wasn't me sitting there giving moves during the game. That wasn't happening. It was because of the stuff I did in the lab before the match. So
you could give an evaluation.
The thing is, the computer doesn't understand things in the way we do, but because we get points value, I think it would get half the value of an open file if it had a capture. If it had pawn's intention and the opposing pawn was blocked or restrained, then it would get half the value for the open file. So it's an artificial way to give it chess knowledge.
Yes, and I thought a great deal about this because you guys remember the program Chess Master? It was made by Mindscape, a company out in Nevada, out in my backyard. And one of the things that I did, and this is in the 90s before you're talking about, and I would just play the Stonewall Dutch against it because it was a closed position, and it did not play it well. And so I kept demonstrating to them, block the position, and your machine doesn't work so well. But I think what you're talking about is assigning values and creating a numerical value for something like maybe a potential file opening, so that the rook positioned on the C1 can open that file potentially, and you can give it a +2 to moving it to C1 rather than to B1, and all of a sudden the computer has that knowledge. It's a numerical evaluation. Am I correct?
Yeah, but the funny thing is that if you say, okay, the computer gets 30 points for a rook on an open file. I mean, everybody knows that rook on open file is good. But the thing, but what I was talking about with the potential to create open file, well, that's something human beings know, but they don't think about. They don't think about why they know the rook is well placed. But
Correct.
Until we made the change, the computer didn't know why the rook would be well placed. It's stuff that sometimes you have to dig deep to understand how to get at that knowledge. It's
Right.
something that is just intuitive for us, but computers don't have intuition.
I agree. But to get back to chess fitness again, Joel and John, just for a moment, if we grew up in the era of books, and so I think that what if you're a young player now? What if you're 8-year-old Joel Benjamin growing up today? What would you tell Joel Benjamin is the thing that would be like our books for that kid, that 8-year-old Joel Benjamin today?
Me? You mean
Yes.
what? Well, I tell them still to read books because I think it's just I think it's important to absorb the knowledge in that type of way because kids sit in screens so much, in front of screens so much, and I think that it makes the activity kind of perfunctory. It's just working with a book it actually slows you down, and it's not a bad thing. So I think it's still kind of useful to get the knowledge in that way, even more so than using an e-reader. But I mean, there are so many. There's so many great tools out there that people should take more advantage of it. Like, for instance, one thing that I really discovered in a way that I didn't know before was working on this book was chessgames.com. Okay, it's a website where they have collected games. It's like having a database without having to buy a database. But what I didn't really know about it before was how many games you can be enlightened by looking at the fan comments, and how many fans have put together collections, so that if you want to look at Kronnick's best end games. This was actually a search I just did. I think even yesterday, that somebody's actually put them together. So that's like a helpful way that people can study and learn games of great players, learn great end games, learn how to play isolated pawn positions. I mean, their amateur collections are not always put together in exactly the way I would. But these are kind of tools that I think most people don't even know about, because the mania today is the tactics training, which is important. It is important. But most kids by nature are good tacticians. That's why their ratings have gone up, because they beat the other kids tactically. It's all these other gaps they have to fill in, which they can't just do that by tactics training. And so even I'm discovering these 21st century tools that are out there. But I think that developing players have to find ways to get this kind of old school knowledge. They can use new school technology, but they need to also incorporate old school knowledge.
I think you're absolutely spot on in terms of chess fitness. We talked earlier about having someone a little bit stronger than you analyze a game with you to help you see. They see what you don't see, and they can explain it to you. But also with the books that I grew up reading, they had great annotations. Like the books that were fantastic. They weren't just the moves of the game, but they were filled in with explanations on one particular critical move. And I thought that was just a big part of my chess progress.
But yes and no. I mean, there were books like that, but there were also books. I mean, I look at some of my games collections, and some of these books are really, really old. And you know, the annotations. It's, you know, that when you read a lot of old books, the annotation style is, okay, Lasker had this all the way, you know?
Yes.
And there's nothing the guy could have done. It was like reading a Flora and Georgiou game in The Informant. That's kind of an inside joke. Every single move of his gets an exclam. The guy makes no mistake and loses, right? But yeah, I mean, you know, one thing that computers have helped us with, and this is a theme that I incorporate in my writings all the time. One thing that the computers have helped us with is they've gotten rid of a lot of our dogmatism. You know, like, oh, this is just bad.
Right.
You know, players don't play like that anymore, and they're sacrificing pawns all the time for initiative. Right. Because, oh, the computer said this is a good position. So they look deep. Wait a second, I can do that? And so players are so open-minded today, the computers have actually helped them. If you're a strong player and you understand how to use this knowledge, computers are very helpful. Unfortunately, a lot of amateur players use them in exactly the wrong way, what John was talking about before. You know, they see the computer suggests a move, which is basically the same thing as their move, and it gives it 30 more points, and they put a question mark on their move, you know, for no reason. So you have to understand. But the pros today, professionals today, they definitely have an understanding of the game. And it's not just finding some tactics and knowing some opening theory. They have an understanding of the game that's a bit elevated because they figured out how to use the engines in a positive way.
I agree. So the engines can help even an 8-year-old Joel Benjamin today, if they're properly trained on how to use them.
Well, probably 8 is too young. I mean, okay. You know, you probably need some hand holding to.
Yes.
Probably the 8-year-old shouldn't even put on the engine. You know, like anything he gets from an engine probably should be told to him by a coach. You know, probably the 8-year-old shouldn't even look at the engine.
So we still need human beings? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. We need to interpret what's going on. And oh, okay. I just did my last ICC show. I've got a new video series on I call Need to Know Basics. That, you know, things you got to know. And so I did some fundamental rook endings in the last show, where you're like, okay, you move the rook down the line, and you push the pawn up from behind. So you push the pawn with the rook in front of it. You know, JD will tell you this is an amateur mistake we've all seen a million times, right?
Yeah, behind the pawn.
Okay, but there are some tactics. Okay, there are some tactics, and you know, okay, if you also have, let's say, bishop pawn, you can push the bishop pawn all the way and distract the king. And so I include that kind of stuff. But okay, if you have a position where the pawn's on the 7th rank and the rook is sitting in front of it, and the opposing king is sitting on G7 or H7, we know this is a dead draw. But I put 3 different engines, said white was winning.
Yeah.
Now, they obviously don't have the table bases incorporated, because with 6 pieces or less, a table base would always give right evaluation. But you know, that there's these situations, and amateur players, they get into the end games and they think, oh yeah, I missed a win, B7, and I'm winning. Yeah, show me, because you're not winning. The computer's wrong.
Well, thank you, Joel and John. I don't know if there we go. I can see you both now.
I can see you guys too.
And I'm frozen. Oh, no.
Frozen. My daughter loves that Frozen. But you're talking. It's very eerie.
You can hear me, but you cannot. Okay.
There you are.
I'm trying to get back on. There we go. I got that again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I don't know what's. I'm echoing, so
Now I can't hear you.
Now you can't hear me?
Now I can. Now I can.
Now
Right
you
out
can.
there.
Okay. All right. So I just clicked on something and it magically went away. So I would like to know, John. Joel and I just had a conversation because I could only see him, and I want to know about your thinking in terms of what can an 8-year-old or older player do today, because they're no longer reading the books that we read. And what would you give as advice to them?
Well,
to
the first
to
thing
improve their chess fitness, I mean.
Okay. Well, the first thing I would say is that it's kind of a paradox because, since technology plays a larger and larger role in our lives, one would suspect that printed books would be no longer necessary. But the fact is, in my opinion, that if you look at most of the really great chess books that have been written, I would say most of them have been written in the last 10 to 15 years. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that computers have helped as a labor-saving device. The author doesn't have to go searching everywhere for positions. Also, as checking analytically, for surface mistakes, that sort of thing. It's really, really helpful. And also, chess is just a lot more international than it was even 20 years ago, and there's more strong players. And there's more strong players writing books, and all those things together have made it sort of a golden era for learning. Chess literature is just part of that, because I would also say there's a huge number of videos out there on YouTube and on ICC and on Chess 24, what have you. I know I'm not saying all of them are good. Some are really, really good. Some are good, and some not so. But picking up on the theme I alluded to earlier, you just sort of have to find what resonates with you. I'm speaking more for like adults here, I guess, than for kids, because I'm assuming the kids have teachers to sort of do that filtering for them. But another thing I would say that can be very helpful is, and I should just to cut back to the chess literature. One of the other reasons why I think that the books now are better than the books in the past is there's more of a focus on making them more interactive. Obviously, you're limited, with a print book, but there's more exercises, there are more questions answered. It's trying to draw out the reader and make him more actively engaged. But I would say another way that you can learn if you use this tool in the right way is to follow strong tournaments while they're in progress. And the way that works is, you certainly, I mean, you put in a hard day at work and you just want to plop down on the couch and follow the tournament, more power to you. But if you're desirous of getting a little bit more from the experience, you could try to predict the next moves by the players. And, to sort of predict a move, if you will, that can be very helpful, but also the commentary. And I should say that this is a very cost-effective way of learning, because there are places like St. Louis Chess Club. They put, they have team broadcasting pretty much every single, major competition like Grand Chess Tour and what have you. And even during the COVID-19, they're still, having their commentary work. So I think, the trio of Yasser, Maurice, and Jen Shahadi, that's a good trio. But there are other people I like to listen to Peter Svidler, for example.
Oh yeah.
And there's also I think of ICC, and it's kind of like the grand old man, because there's like all these young upstarts, but there's a wealth of good material there. There's a series by Alex Yermolinsky, like on end games, which basically translates to, like every little Russian school kid learned this stuff. Why don't you know it?
Yes. Yes.
There's and Sam Shanklin, who has been over 2,700 FIDE, U.S. champion a couple of years ago. He said he learned a lot from that series. So, and he learned a lot when he was already, internationally titled. So,
but Don, I want to mention that I think you're talking about people that are really chess fit already. And what is the video world offer to someone who is more of a pawn in terms of chess?
There's plenty of videos out there for less experienced players as well. I'm not quite as familiar with that because I've never really spent a large amount of time working with kids. But I think the key things that you're looking for when you're looking for instruction and you have a young one like that, I think one thing that's really important is that the person that's teaching them has to enjoy the experience. Okay, and it isn't just enough to be like a strong grandmaster. In fact, they don't necessarily have to be a grandmaster when they're just starting out. More important is their ability to engage the youngster. That as it would be with any other subject, that they really connect with them. But I will say this: at a certain point in time, when you're getting stronger and you're moving up, it really helps to have a coach who knows what's going on. That has been a strong player. It's a real benefit. I mean, there's rare exceptions where you'll find somebody who's not a particularly great player who still can be a very good teacher. At levels beyond that. Okay, but that tends to be the exception rather than the rule. So and the problem also is at a certain point. Just to give you one classic example, in the early 1950s, around 1955, there were two really outstanding. There was one really great junior talent in the United States. This guy was like close to 2,400, and he was like 13 years old, which was phenomenal at the time.
Right.
And it wasn't Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer, when he was 12, was like 1,700. It was Larry Remlinger. And Remlinger was like this fantastic talent, but he lived in Los Angeles. He lived actually in Long Beach. But the point was that was a great chess center for a regional chess center at the time. There were lots of 2,200 and 2,300 players. But at a certain point, when he got to be like almost the very strongest player, maybe except for Hermann Steiner, he hit a plateau, and he didn't really know how to go any further, and he didn't know how to correct the mistakes that were in his game. And meanwhile, there was this kid in New York who was, as I alluded to, he was like 1,200 when he was 1,700 when he was like 12 years old. His name was Bobby Fischer, but he lived in New York, which there were like all these really good players, and he would go to John Collins' house, and he would go over games with Collins, and he would analyze. People would drop by that were playing correspondence games. He'd analyze those, and he played blitz with people, and people would show up with their tournament games. And these were some of the best players in the United States. And it was just like this, he would just literally breathe in the air and get stronger. And, having a strong teacher who, has been there and done that, and that can tell you what's wrong, it could save you a lot of time. And time is an extremely precious commodity.
I agree.
Yeah, but fortunately, people don't have these deficits of where they grow up. They can make up for it because chess is international. We have the internet, and that breaks barriers down. So you have access to people and players from other places. You can watch tournaments, and like when you follow one of those top tournaments on a website and you look at the commentary, it's like you've gone you've gone to St. Louis or London to watch the tournament. So you have opportunities you didn't have if you were growing up in what might have in the past been a chess wasteland. But I want
now we at IBM TV, we say we are one chess world and one chess family, because it is a global universe now that we're talking about, and because it's the universal language, it just translates all the barriers like it never did when I was growing up playing chess.
Yeah, I want to get back to what John was saying about the books being better than they used to. I think there's a point that I don't think he quite got to. In the old days, authors were really kind of writing for themselves. In their books, they were trying to show that they understood everything. Like you go back to the real ancients, they were they were like laying out their understanding of chess.
Like my system.
Like when Steinitz was writing, people didn't know what they were doing. He was like explaining this is how I play chess. It's not like I don't care if you understand this so much. So there were a lot of books. Like I look at a lot of these old books. It's like, okay, but you're not really talking to me. I don't really understand it. But the people writing books today, since everything, not only everything became international, but because everything has changed so much in chess being in schools and more people taking lessons and fewer dummies, people not being dummies anymore. It's that there's more teachers and more coaches. So the people writing books are involved in that. So they're used to not only understanding chess, but having to explain it to people. And even chess players who aren't necessarily private coaches or teaching classes for profession, even those who are pretty much players, they're doing all this commentary, and when they do commentary, they understand that their audience doesn't know everything they do, so they have to boil it down. So they're thinking more about how to explain chess. And I think that's the difference, is that the books today just have more explanation that's really geared to the audience.
Yes, I agree with that completely. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. You were frozen there on that. Can I don't know.
I think we lost him again.
Yeah. So.
Really sorry about that, guys.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about and I'm going to give them a tongue lashing. You wouldn't believe. Yes, right. The internet speed is much faster. It just breaks itself too often. So the last thing I heard from you, Joel, was that the authors are now teachers too.
Authors are now teachers, and even if they don't teach professionally, because they do all this commentary, because there's so much commentary, someone like Peter Svidler or Alexander Grishuk, I happen to find him really hilarious. I really love when his kids are running around the house, and he's distracted. He's trying to work just the same. It's very human. Now these guys they all think about explaining to the masses, and I think that's the biggest difference is that the authors give explanation with the audience in mind.
But if we want to go from this to this, we would not necessarily recommend books, even though we're all big fan of books. We'd recommend, if I can encapsulate what I'm hearing, someone play against someone a little bit better than you. Get someone to look at your games who's a little bit better than you, or maybe substantially better, but can relate to you, and you can relate to them, and keep playing, because it's only by the application of your theory that you actually demonstrate your knowledge. And so if there was one thing Joel Benjamin would tell the little guy out there trying to get better, trying to improve his chess fitness, what would it be, Joel?
One thing trying to tell, well, yeah, I mean, I think it's that players learn most from experience. They learn most from playing, because you can study something, and I never really give. I don't do much of giving openings to students. I like them to find the lines on their own, because you learn by applying things yourself, and mostly that comes out of the competition, as John says, against strong but not overwhelming opposition. And not only play those games and try to win them, but do what you can to dissect them. If you don't have access to good coaching, or you can't afford coaching, there's still, I say, free tools out there. But really make the most of trying to learn from your games. I mean, one thing I have to point out, the wild card that never affected us is COVID-19, because there's a lot of players out there that haven't been able to get out there and play. And okay, they're playing online, but it's not the same. First of all, you don't know what's going on with the other player. Maybe he's got stockfish open next to him while he's playing, and you don't have that face to face. It's a different dynamic, and until players are able to go out to tournaments and play again, which hopefully will happen relatively soon, they don't have that number one learning tool that we're talking about.
Right. And John, same question to you. What would you tell the little pawn trying to become a big pawn?
Well, I think that there's the question is, what is your goal? If your goal is to increase your ability to play well in tournaments, to apply your knowledge, that's one thing. Another goal could just be to learn more about chess, which would be something quite different, okay? So I would sort of give different advice to the two. If you want to get better at chess, there is no substitute for not playing. I mean, do you need to do things besides play? Yes, but if you don't play, you won't be able to apply the knowledge you know, and you won't get better. And you won't have those tools, as Joel said, to dissect, go over your games carefully, look for the mistakes you've made, and move from there. So you've got to play. And it is true that a lot of the chess that's played now online is at fast time controls, but because of COVID-19, there are now tournaments that are offered at slower time controls. And for a lot, for many of these events where the prizes are relatively modest, and where the USCF rating is, the US Chess Federation rating is not in play because it's an online game. I think those games, they're not the real thing, if you will, but they could be a substitute for the time being. And also, there's a lot of sites to play at, like LI Chess, which has come out of nowhere and has like all sorts of stuff going on it. For example, there's probably 1 million sites on there. If you ever wanted to make sure that you know how to mate with bishop and knight, you have no excuse now. You could practice against some sort of robot slave to the end of time. But I would say that one thing, they have some slower time controls, like 15 minutes per game or 45 minutes per game. I mean, you might even make some friends online that are playing at that time control that you could make arrangements to play them privately as well.
That's a good point.
That's the one bad thing about playing online slow games, is if you're playing against a total stranger, in the middle of the game, it can be a little upsetting, and they disappear, maybe they have like a little crisis in their own life they have to deal with, and then all of a sudden they're gone. You've invested some time. But I think you can work around this to some extent. And I know that James Tarjan, who is a very famous American grandmaster, who one of our most successful Olympiad players of all time, when he made his comeback after a 30-year break from the game, one of the ways he did it, since he was living in a relatively isolated place, was to play online training games, with other strong players, and he played on some of these different servers at slower time controls. So there can be good competition that can be found there. Now, if you're somebody who doesn't have aspirations to be a Class A player or an expert or a master or higher, who maybe is in their advanced years and they just want to learn something more about the game. It's one of the great things about chess is that it doesn't matter how strong you are, how much pleasure you get from the game. There's players that are like, ranked beginners that just, love the game. And there's some players that are quite strong that are kind of like, blasé about it. So, you don't need to worry about that. If you like chess and you want to learn new things, you can always learn new things, no matter what age you are. I'm convinced of that. And you can take pleasure in that. And chess is an incredibly rich game. I remember once that, Mike Burnett, who's an editor of Inside Chess, he said, chess never lets you down. You might let down chess, but the game is always there. And there, it's, there's incredible number of things that you can learn about it. Nobody knows everything, and hopefully nobody ever will.
Well, John, I often tell people, is there an echo in here?
A little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe back up a little. I was going to say that two players of equal strength playing at their local coffee house, they might have more fun playing chess than Kasparov and Karpov did, butting their heads against each other. And the joy of chess is by playing. So we have to encourage people to play. And if you find someone that you like to play with, then you can experience as much happiness and joy as anybody. So it doesn't matter what your relative strength. It doesn't matter if you're a small pawn or a big pawn. You just find a pawn that's your size. And you can play and enjoy. You can while away hours in the world of chess, the little chess universe that's defined by 64 squares and certain rules. And then all your cares kind of go away for that whole time you're playing chess. And that's one of the beauties of it. And the other beauty, I've talked to Joel about this, is the aesthetic value of chess. When you get to a certain level, which is why I try to improve, where you can appreciate, you don't have to play a beautiful game. You can appreciate the beautiful game someone else is playing. And this has given me an immense joy in my life. And chess has been a lifelong gift for me, and I think it's a lifelong gift to every kid that we give it to, because it's a training tool that helps them. I think it's immediately transferable back into the classroom, whether they gain confidence. If they can play chess, they think they're smart. And, I don't tell them any different. I don't tell them they're smart, but they know they can play chess. They think it. That gives them confidence. And that confidence is directly transferable back into the classroom. And as an adult, it's an incredibly wonderful pastime to just escape from the little cares of the world. And I think it's not just an escape, it's a transformative experience. You go and play chess, and I don't notice how much time is going by. I might notice the time on my clock, but I don't know how many hours have passed. And then when you get older and your aches and pains increase, your medical bills increase, it's a solace. So I think when you see, and this is the classic view of chess, two old men playing in the park. And because then they don't care about their medical bills. They don't care about their next doctor's appointment. They don't care about anything but the board and the opponent they're playing, or the partner they're playing game with. Because it takes two to create a beautiful chess game. You cannot create a beautiful chess game by yourself. You must have a partner to create a beautiful game. And it's that from childhood to adulthood into old age, it's a game that's a gift for a lifetime. And I thank you so much for joining me on this first broadcast of the Chess Fitness Program on IBM TV. And IBM TV has a global reach. So we are not just talking to US players here, we're talking to the world. We're talking to people, one of our hosts lives in India, and who knows where the viewer is around the globe right now. But I appreciate you guys coming in and sharing your knowledge about how you got to the level that you got, which is a level that I have yet to reach and do not expect to reach. But I can appreciate the beauty of your games, and I can appreciate the beauty of your books, John Donaldson, and the research that went behind it. And not everybody will know how hard you work to produce a book like that, but I have an idea. And so I just want to congratulate you both on your careers, what you're doing for chess, and how you're building the community of chess that others can join and participate in. And that's the purpose behind the chess fitness program on IBM TV. And I also have to tell you, we're sponsored by the family.dollar.com store, and you can buy all sorts of things on it. And when I have to play chess against Joel, I use one of these patches, and I put it on my head. And when the other shows, one medical show on IBM TV, they taught me, don't put it on after you play them, put it on before. So it's preventative medicine. So I think that I think that everyone can play chess. Everyone can enjoy chess. And for those who want to aspire to be better, to appreciate the beauty of chess, there are endless resources available to them. And I thank you so much for joining this first broadcast of the Chess Fitness program on IBM TV.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
So I'm hoping my host, and I will continue to talk because I'm not seeing my show end. There we go, Ankit. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was a wonderful show with Joel and John.
Yes.
And we would like to welcome them back again on IBM TV. And it's time to wrap up. So before we wrap up, I'll just play the our ambassador's message. Here we go.
और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And that's the wrap. And Jim, it was a fantastic show about chess and fitness, and we have a lot of viewers watching us live around the world, and we will be following this show every Tuesday, 10 a.m. PST and 1 p.m. EST and 10:30 p.m. IST. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, Jim, and thank you, Mark. Mark is still there with us, listening and watching. Hi, Mark. It's time to wrap up. So he's unmuted.
Okay.
So I'll just play the wrap up in outro, and thank you. Have a good day. See you tomorrow.
Ask a question because I didn't know how long the show was going to last, and so I was unclear about that. When to wrap.
It's fine.
Okay. So whenever